morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, wherever you are. It's time to continue with RnB. Special Saturday stream because I had the day off and the day basically to myself. So I figured might as well. If you weren't here last time, we got up until and a little past Mirage Tower. And as a matter of fact, let me show that off. Let's see, show it off. Yeah. Well, I was here, that's not gonna say much. But the battle I was at, whoa, that is not the right screen. 1 second. Fix that real quick. This one, this needs to be the... There we go. This was the most recent trainer I was gonna tackle. It's like one after the one that I had last. No shit, that's kind of how it goes. But Camper Bo is the first opponent for me to look at, and it is one that has 1 demon and 2 that are whatever. That Palisand is in Sandstorm, has Sandville, and has Bright Powder. Those 2 things combine to make quite a nightmare of a mon. And it's up to me to see how to handle it. I don't quite know if there is a way for me, because the never miss moves I have do not quite... Squeaky chair, please don't. Okay. Do not quite cover it all too well. I was hoping to do some prep for this. I sadly didn't have time to. So, right now it's just kind of how I have to do it. I'm going to do the calculating on stream. And hopefully I can get through this one decently easy. From the looks of it, I'm probably fine. But I'll probably need to find like a specific way to handle it, because it's just very flaky. Why is it flaky? Well, let's go take a look. We have the Probopass at the start, and Probopass can boom. Naturally, that's something we want to dodge. And there are a few ways for me to dodge it. The Dreadnought is one, and the Torterra is one. Both of them can work alright. Though Dreadnought has the tiny issue of Zap Cannon, which, if it hits, is a nightmare. Furthermore, when it comes to the Probopass, I have Torterra who can take it. I also have Caracosta who can take it alright. But neither is like the best into it, you know? So, how would I fare against this? My first thought was to go lead with Masquerade, get an Intimidate off, just to neuter that explosion a bit, and then go to Torterra, who can Oko with a combination of Giga Drain into Earthquake. In the process, I'd only have to take a single Flash Cannon, or the explosion at -1. All things considered, not the worst. That would bait in the Palisand, who will be clicking Hex on me. And that is kind of where I lose sight of how to handle it. In part because I think, in practice, I want to use Torterra against Palisand. But if I have to take the boom, I can't do that. And all that is without even mentioning the fact that I can't afford, or I can't guarantee that I hit it with Torterra, of course. There is a small way to circumvent it. I have the TM for Magical Leaf, and I could teach that to Amoonguss or Torterra, or maybe even Executor. But all of them are like a little flaky, and you know, I'm not sure if I want to use that TM. I think in practice I don't mind doing it, but I need to find a switch in for Amoonguss if I use it on Amoonguss. And B, I need to find a move to replace for Torterra, and that one is a bigger thing because I don't quite see which move that would be. Right now, Giga Drain is getting a lot of mileage, and Seed Bomb and Earthquake are kind of just your damage dealers. And Synthesis is not going to be something I can afford to remove. Long story short, probably should be on Amoonguss, but for that, I'd prefer to have like a way to get it in. And that would be tricky because the damage is a bit on the high end, you know? The other way to maybe handle the Palisand would be to PP stall it, but there is a lot of PP to stall, so I'm not quite sure how useful that would be either. Especially considering the fact that Hex and Ancient Power just kind of... like Hex, Scorching Sands, and Ancient Power have a lot of good coverage. Ancient Power is easy enough to PP stall, but, you know, it can boost, and preferably you just don't see the Ancient Power at all. And the Scorching Sands, if it hits the wrong target, I'd also be in trouble. So, yeah. All these things combine to make this a bit tricky. The closest to a maybe I have would be Torterra or maybe Executor, probably Executor Alola in particular. Either can probably handle it alright if I can switch it in on the right move, which I can probably bait just fine. The thing is, in doing so, I'd have to give up the fact that I evolve the Executor, and I'd have to choose that already. I prefer to, you know, keep that in wait if I can. And more importantly, I'd still need to hit, and I'd only have a spare few chances to do so. And with both Sandville and Bright Powder up, I don't quite know what the effects of those are, like in terms of percentages. Sandville gives like 1.25 times evasiveness, so you'd have an 80% chance to hit, and Bright Powder also gives a 90% chance, so that is 72% for a 100% accurate move to hit. That's a low amount. That's a low number. If I were to use Magical Leaf on whichever Mon would be doing that, I think in practice that would be the Executors, because they do still outspeed. It would not be Breloom, its moveset is too good, and it's not a special attacker, even with the perfect IVs. Besides, Hex deals too much damage to it, and I cannot really afford to. I can check if something else learns Magical Leaf. Any other moves that do not miss as well? I know there's a few, but I can't quite think of them. There's Aerial Ace, of course, is Swift. There's Aura Sphere, but yeah. Let's see, moves that cannot miss. There we go. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of like special moves and yeah, there are specific ways that some special moves cannot miss. There's of course the Z moves in the list, the max moves and whatever. In practice, Water Pulse? What? Oh, really? Huh. Water Pulse apparently cannot miss in Legends Arceus. It's not relevant, but... I also have Yawn, actually. Does that... Yawn cannot miss either, so I might be able to, like, put it to sleep to get some turns. And I do have Yawn on Mightyena. So if I can switch it in on a Hex and Yawn... It is potentially dying to a crit, but at that point, I don't think I mind it too much. I think. I don't know. Anyway, what other moves do I have? Oh, Shadow Punch. Do any of these learn Shadow Punch? Only the Gengar line, apparently? Why is it part of that tutor set then? That's annoying. Why would you put it there anyway if it's only the Gengar line? Let's see what else is there. Magna Bomb, but I don't have access to that. I mean, me first, but I think the me firsted move would still do that. Would still hit. It's also like if I had something that can lower evasiveness, but I don't have that right now, and I don't have a way to access that either. I say that, but I probably should check my TMs. TMs. Feint Attack. Oh, no. Feint Attack is very good. Defog is also a move that can kind of do it. But I need to find the right mon to defog with. Then there's Magical Leaf. And that's Smart Strike as well. But Smart Strike is not going to be doing an awful lot here. The closest I have to like a check would be Torterra, and of the like the moves Torterra can learn. Not only, again, I'd rather not give up anything. Closest to giving something up would be Seed Bomb, I guess, but that's a lot of power I'd lose. It does get Smart Strike. And that's about the only move that would be useful here. So that's not quite the option I was hoping to find. Mightyena should learn Feint Attack, right? It doesn't. Really? Okay. What does? Oh, the Zoroark line. Oh, I didn't even... Right, I have Zorua now. I did not even add that to my thingy. So I should get that added as well. Like, take a look at what moves I get. Let's see. Zoroark, they'd be at 48. actually, first, a plain copy of the Zorua. And then the Zoroark at 48 with illusion. It's incorrect in the documentation, but whatever. And I'd get probably like Feint Attack then. Maybe I'll keep Fake Tears, I guess. Torment could be useful, but I don't know if it is yet. If I look at base Zorua, I could have Memento, but like no. Probably like in practice, it's probably like Knockoff and Dark Pulse, something like that. I could maybe see a way for Torment to be useful, but that is later at the very least. For now, like for my sake, I'm gonna do like full attacking moves, just like work with it, but Zoroark, 48. Fake Tears, Punishment, Sucker Punch. Punishment could be cute, but like it's not really the reason to right here now. Dark Pulse. Knockoff. There's the Zoroark. Okay, yeah, Feint Attack is still like dealing too little damage to Palossand to be worthwhile. Of course, there's Aerial Ace too. That's another move. Which I do have on me, but like, yeah, that doesn't do much. So the closest would be like, I think the easiest way to handle it would be one of the Executors. And my best bet would be to get rid of Dragon Hammer on Executor Alola, probably for this specific fight. Because then Magical Leaf... Yeah, it's a 2-hit KO. And it guarantees it because I, you know, always hit. So I think it's time to invest in the Executor. And the question then is, do I want the Psychic or the Grass type? For this specific fight, I would want the Grass type because the Hex is dealing too much otherwise. And I do think that Executor Alola's stat spread is better for me. Kind of. The Jolly Nature does hurt a little bit, though it actually... I think I do need to get Executor Alola then. And I would get Wood Hammer and Dragon Pulse and Energy Ball and probably the Magical Leaf over Dragon Hammer. I'll look at the level up movesets in a little bit. But I think that would be the investment to guarantee the Palossand. I'd have to preferably come in on the Scorching Sands, have a Rossberry equipped to ensure things don't go awry, and then 2-hit kill with Magical Leaf. So if I come in on a Hex, there is a chance that he kills me in 2 crits. I think that's gonna be the plan there, and because I have now started formulating a plan, it's time to start writing it out. little taller. This one could be a little bit shorter. Okay. So. Bleed, Masquerain. It's not the size I want. That's the size I want. Thank you. Masquerain for Intim. Switch to Tort on Power Gem. Giga Drain plus EQ kills. In comes Palisand. And he'd preferably bait a ground move, right? And the best way to bait the ground move would be to use Crook. Because Crook comes in on the Hex, takes that just fine. Bait Scorching Sands, which means I can switch to Executor Alola there. On the Scorching Sands safely. Get the Hex in, get the take Scorching Sands. Magical Leaf, take the Hex, Magical Leaf, kill. And I'd probably at worst be like 25%-ish. Berserker does outspeed and probably clicks random move between Gunk Shot and Iron Sail. But if I'm too low, CC comes in and then maybe also Bullet Punch comes in. So preferably I'd have something that can take everything. My first instinct is to go to Talonflame, but that doesn't change the move baiting is the issue. If I can guarantee that Berserker isn't clicking CC, which is a possibility, it's taking a poison or a steel move, and that would be best handled by... Who would that be best handled by? Arcanine? Probably? No, never mind. Sealy Spirit is a hell of a drug. Caracosta? Even he takes quite a bit from Iron Sail. A bit too much. The closest to like a wall would be Talon, I guess, but the issue is I generally bait Gunk Shot and I don't have a switch in for that. And especially considering it's not guaranteed, you know? Because the thing you want to have happen is that you bait close combat, preferably. And if you can make that happen, that would be optimal. Gunk Shot, Max Roll or Crit, and Poisons, that'd be the problem. I would say maybe Avalugg, but that takes too much from Iron Tail, of course. I wager Illusion on Zoroark is not something they see. It is something they know. I mean... So that's not quite the option either, besides Iron Tail's way too much damage there. Kingdra? Honestly, Luke's the most solid Kingdra. Problem is, you still bait a random move between these three. If you can make it, like, bring it down to just a 1, that'd be best, you know? Actually, if I can bring in Torterra, a healthy Torterra, that would be best. So, because Torterra can take even an Iron Tail, and he outspeeds and KOs with Earthquake. But if Iron Tail gets a defense drop, 34 and 56, so that would be enough. So Torterra probably needs to go against the Berserker then, because he can come in on whatever, even the Iron Tail, even with a defense drop, Bullet Punch will not kill after, and I can EQ for the kill. Krook is a somewhat similar story, but he cannot come in on Iron Tail. So unless I can guarantee it isn't Iron Tail, which I cannot, it's not safe enough. So then it is maybe a matter of how do I handle the Probopass with something else. Dreadnought is the first thing that comes to mind. Though a Zap Cannon hit could spell trouble. It wouldn't have to. No, it doesn't have to, because of the fact that even if it hits, I cannot be crit. And I can give it a cherry, and I can body press twice for the kill. And I'd be good. Yeah. And then a Zap Cannon, if it hits, keeps me at like 30-ish% at worst. So unless I get like literally basically max rolled, because both will see a slow kill. Unless it misses, in which case it will be Berserker that comes in, because Berserker sees that it can outdamage me, whereas the Palisand doesn't, because Liquidation outdamages Scorching Sands. I think I found my line. I think it doesn't actually involve Masquerain. I think it just Dreadnought lead, body press for kill. If Zap Cannon hits, Palisand comes in first, and it will click probably Scorching Sands, maybe Hex. And I can guarantee that it goes to Scorching Sands by doing a Crocodile swap, have it hold a Ross to guarantee it, then go to Executor Alola. If it's anything other than a literal max roll, so that Hex is not in range for a kill, it will always be Scorching Sands and go straight to Executor Alola. Then Executor Alola with 2 magical leaves will kill. And in comes the Berserker. I switch to Torterra on whatever and EQ. Even if he poisons, it's whatever, yeah. And what if the Berserker comes out first? Well, then it's kind of the same deal, except I would come in on a CC. And if I come in on a CC... I mean, there's even the argument that then I just kind of stay in. But why? Why would I do that? I can also just kind of do the same line, be equally safe. Then I take Iron Tail, Bullet Punch, and yeah, no, I'll be fine. I'll be fine with just these 4. I'll guarantee make it through, because Dreadnought can take whatever Probopass throws at it, body press it to it, KOs a Zap Cannon. If Zap Cannon is not, I give the cherry to it as insurance. Okay, let's write it down. Lead, Dread, Cherry, Dread, and 1v1 Probo. If damaged, in comes Palace, else Berserker. I need to say correctly. Toward 1v1's Berserker. Toward 1v1's Berserker. Comes in on whatever. switch to crook if no guaranteed. What's it called? No guaranteed. Oh, there's one issue actually. No, there isn't. There isn't. That's. I was gonna say, oh, there's an issue because he might ancient power. That's not true. That is not ever true. Because Zeb Cannon will never put me in range of ancient power killing, so I will never see ancient power ever. So that's not something I need to be afraid of. Palace. Switch to crook if no guaranteed. Scorching. Switch to Exec Alola to Ekio with Magical Leaf. Oh, oops. Berserker. And so there. I think this is guaranteed. The only thing you'd hope for maybe is Amoonguss being able to do it, but Amoonguss cannot do it. Torterra I need for other things, though considering it's already in, it would be fine, but in practice no, because it would take too much damage. And nothing else on my team can probably learn Magical Leaf. I'm trying to see if there's anything that isn't like grass type. Yeah, there's a few fairies that learn it, but like, yeah, those aren't relevant. And if I'm not mistaken, the Magical Leaf TM, yeah, it's Soul and Lily Cove, so it's whatever. If, like, it's whatever if I don't get it. I can actually take off a few extra moves as well that I already got. A few of the items I have obtained since, basically. This one I have. This one I have. I'm trying to see if I miss anything. I think it's everything. Yeah, I think that's everything. Alright. Aside from, like, strength. And I could have flash, I don't think I do, but I don't really care. Health item-wise, I did get that rock gem. Not that I'm gonna use it here, but I did get it. There's still a bunch of citrus to be gotten. I think I did get all my Aspir, Persim, Rost, Chesto, Cherry. I think I got, like, the main berries. Including the Lepas, so... yeah, okay, sure. I think that's everything. Anyway, I think I'm also ready to go. I'm trying to see if I'm gonna walk through it one more time and like check everything. Dreadnought, body press kills. And even if Zep Cannon happens, I have a cherry and it's fine. If I do not get damaged, then Berserker sees a slow out damage with close combat or Iron Tail, and Palisand does not see an out damage, but if I do get hit, it does see a slow kill, so Palisand would come in first. The two strategies I have for them are agnostic. Trip below 48. Sword. Sure, I have everything written down. Okay. Anyway, for the Palisand specifically, if there is ever a situation where I'm guaranteed to see Scorching Sands, I switch an exec on that Scorching Sands. It will be holding a Raspberry in case of the burn. I'd take it and Magic Leaf twice for kill. I'm outspeeding, so I'd at most get a crit Scorching Sands and a crit Hex. And 3 ticks of Sand Chip. So I will always survive. Am I correct in that? Yeah, because this is 75%, basically, a little less even. And the sand is 1/16, so I'd not take 4/16 of damage, so it will always survive. Am I correct in that it's 3? Yeah, it's 3 ticks of Sand Chip, so yeah. Alright, so all things considered, that checks out. Then, with the Berserker, it's very plain. Torterra comes in or whatever, can take it, and even if the Iron Tail were to -1 me in defense, which can happen, I'd at worst have taken 93 damage, so I'd be at 71, and at -1. Bullet Punch will never kill. The other 3 see a chance to kill, so maybe they get clicked in like the rarest scenario. I don't care, I outspeed, I kill with Earthquake. Outspeeds and KOs with EQ. I don't even need an item there, it's just plain and simple. Yeah, okay. All 3 of these mons are safe with these items, so I'm ready to go. Let's get this going. It is time for the first fight of the day. And that means we're gonna quickly grab our team, which involves Wake, and not Elisa. Elisa is kind of sitting this one out. It involves Milo. It will not involve Grant. Oh yeah, Grant had that Sicky bar. Nice. I'm not sure if I'm gonna ever use it, but it's nice to have. You don't need an item. Well, you do, but not that one. Raspberry here. Raspberry there. And a cherry berry there. And that's it. And in case things go awry, where would they go awry? They won't, but if they are. I guess bringing Faulkner. I think the main one that would go awry is the Palisand. So this is probably the best to bring as the backups, the 2 fire types. Because they're like good pivots. Alright. First things first. We are going to be using our Magical Leaf TM on Milo. Oh, Ramos doesn't even learn Magical Leaf. Well, good to know. I will get rid of Sleep Powder. I don't think I'll ever be clicking Sleep Powder there. Then I should look up how to evolve the Executor. Executor Lola. Shiny Stone. Then let's go ahead and grab ourselves a Shiny Stone. And that is over here. You sell Shiny Stones. Thunder, Ice, Moon, Sun, Shiny. There we go. 1 Shiny Stone. Is there a particular level to wait for? Moveset wise, no, there is not. Like 30, but like in practice, that's not going to be a thing I want. There's a tiny argument to be had that I could want Zen Headbutt, but in practice, looking at the learn set it has, that's not a thing. So we're just gonna full send it. Milo. So we finally know what Milo is going to become. And that means I can finally take these 2 out. And here we have it. A Alolan Executor. And now we're gonna spam candies on it until it's leveled up. It's up to the rest of the team. Dragon Pulse. Yes, please. We're going to get rid of Psybeam for that. We're going to keep going. At 38, it gets Wood Hammer, which is good. But I think I'm going to ignore it in favor of Stun Spore. Because the damage difference between Energy Ball and Wood Hammer is not that much. And if I want physical grass mons, I've, got Torterra. Even, like, it's very rare for me to need the physical coverage for Milo. That said, though, because in practice, I might as well take a look at, like, what the damage difference is. Against the Proba passive I'm gonna get out of the sand, Wood Hammer is significantly more, though. If both are neutral into, like, a similarly statted thing. And considering one of the moves, 2 of the moves actually, it gets our Leaf Storm and Draco Meteor later. There's actually a merit into having Wood Hammer as well. I think I'll get rid of Energy Ball here. And now we're going to quickly spam forward, get Dragon Hammer. Right now, it's not better, right? If we're to just look at something with, like, semi-equal stats, something like the Lycanroc from earlier, out the sand. They do effectively the same. Dragon Pulse deals slightly more. And granted, I am in the sand right now, so that is a reason to get rid of it, but in practice, I think Dragon Pulse will be replaced in due time anyway, and I'll keep that for now then. So I'll get rid of Dragon Hammer. And 48. And now we are ready to go. Get your popcorn ready or whatever, and because we're going into the first fight of the day. Yeah. I've been working a lot on like the old streams, like getting those edited and on the YouTube channel. So expect the last few of the past run to come up soon. I believe tomorrow should be the stream or the video about the gym trainers of Marvel. And then the video after will be the final one of that attempt, and then I'm gonna very quickly catch up to this one, because I'll be making the next one a lot shorter. Considering it's not the first time you go through it, so it's a bit more boring and all that, you know? Anyway. These four are gonna do it for this fight. It's up against the trainer there at the bottom. And we will be ready for this next fight right here and now. Double check that I have the right lead once again. Wake should be the lead, so we are good, and we're gonna go. Wearing these go-go-go's make me feel like a superhero. Right now, nobody can beat me. I can. I know I can. Camper Bow leads with the Probo Pass. In the sand with Sand Force. Sorry about that. In the sand with Sand Force. So it will click Zap Cannon on me here. Now Zap Cannon, if I'm not mistaken and it's not been changed, I should double check that, but it shouldn't be. Zap Cannon, yep, it's 50% accurate. So 50% of the time, nothing happens here. There's a small chance that it will click Probo, Power Gem, or Flash Cannon on me. Or is that true? No, there's a small chance it booms on me. 4% to be precise. But I'm not worried about the explosion, that deals nothing. And in return, Body Press 2 KOs. Liquidation would have as well. Whatever. Okay, Zap Cannon hits, that's unfortunate. And it's a somewhat low roll, so it's fine. At least it's not a max roll at least. And that's the main thing I needed. It's on the low end. It's not quite the lowest roll, but it's on the low end. Anyway, Body Press kills here. And because the Zap Cannon hit, we will be seeing the Palisand here first. And here's another bit of Sandstorm, which we don't care about. Palisand. And Palisand, with its Scorching Sands, Hex, Ancient Power, and Shore Up, only sees a kill here with Scorching Sands. Milo can take a Scorching Sands. And even if it were to burn here, which it doesn't, I had a Frostberry to counteract it. Now, Magical Leaf always hits, even with the Sandville and Bright Powder that this Palisand has, and 2 hit KOs. Yep, very easy 2 hit KO. And Palisand here clicks Hex, which is whatever. Even if both of those crit, and I'd have to take 3 chips of sand, I would not be dead. Magical Leaf kills. There we go, and finally we're gonna see the Berserker. At 60 HP? 59? 59. 59 HP, we're gonna see either Gunk Shot or Iron Tail. That is fine. Ramos can take either. And even if Gunk Shot were to poison, or Iron Tail would have a defense drop on me. Ramos would live the maximum damage it would deal, followed by a bullet punch, and EQ kills. And right now, because it knows I can kill with EQ, it clicks a bullet punch, and I click EQ, and I win. And we move on to the next one. Camper Bow has been vanquished. And therefore we run back. So, all things considered, like, I don't mind having to finally select what I do with the Executor. I think in practice what's not going to be much of a difference between making it a Dragon or a Psychic type. I've been lacking in Psychic, but then again, I've not had many Dragons either, and the neutral coverage of Dragon is still good. Fine. So, I'm alright with this. Anyway, we are gonna look forward to the next fight, and the next fight is gonna be... Where is my trainer lineup? There it is. It's gonna be against a Ninja Boy. Ninja Boy Jinra. That's an interesting name, but whatever. So, Ninja Boy Jinra is going to be using Nidoqueen, Charizard, Golem, and Cacturne. Another Bright Powder abuser. Oh goody. Let's go ahead and take a look. I don't quite need the plan yet. I first need to just kind of scout. So, the Nidoqueen I can KO with a Soft Sand, High Horsepower on Crocodile. Plain and simple, we move on. I outspeed, I KO, and I'm not worried. That will bait in... Let's see... Cacturne, actually. I think. Clicking Focus Punch. Ooh. But I have an answer to that. In Talonflame. Or Masquerain, I guess, but... I don't quite know what the substitute AI is, so I need to look at that. Substitute. If Flaremon is asleep or lead cheated, it starts at +6 and is an additional -1. And if the player has any sound-based moves, it will have, basically, it will never click it. And if the AI is at 50% HP or lower, or the player mon has Infiltrator, it will never be used. Okay. The problem is mostly with the Masquerain, that I cannot guarantee a hit because of Sandville Bright Powder yet again. Furthermore, there is a small chance that Cacturne subs on the switch in. And Payback is dealing quite a lot of damage to Talonflame, which was the main one I was looking at to handle the Cacturne. I could give it a Muscle Band for like a little bit of extra damage, but it doesn't do the trick. So I need to find an alternative line. Preferably one that means that still uses like perfect accuracy moves, you know? I could see like a, let me first get rid of everyone that I'm not using. I could see like a pivoting line with like these two or these two. Because against the Masquerain, you guarantee see Payback. And against the Krook, you guarantee see like either Focus Punch or at some point maybe Seed Bomb, but like, and there's a chance for it to substitute as well. But like these two can just kind of pivot back and forth pretty safely. I think. And I could even bring Mighty Yena as like a third. So that's an option. Anyway, let's look at the rest of the team, how I would handle them. The Golem with the Sandville Bright Powder combination as well. Executor Alola would be the way to handle it, probably. Because even though... yeah, Magical Leaf is just an Oko and it guaranteed hits, and I outspeed with Executor Alola, so yeah. And it can come in on anything but like a... even a crit Focus Punch is fine. So Executor Alola is just kind of the switch in for Golem. Like no fuzz, no frills, that just works. For Zard, it has Dual Wing Beat, Dragon Claw, Weather Ball, Flamethrower. And as long as I can kind of dodge the Weather Ball, which... not sure if I can, but in case I can, Dreadnought just kind of comes in. Even if I don't dodge the Weather Ball, Dreadnought takes 2 Weather Balls because it can't be crit. So Dreadnought 1v1s the Charizard. So these 3 are fine. I just need a play for the Cacturn specifically. One of the interesting things is that Amoonguss might actually be somewhat alright. Because it kind of takes everything. And while I don't want to see misses too many times, which definitely can happen, like, the damage dealt to me is not that high. That said, I prefer, like, the main thing I really just need is Chip. A way that Talonflame can just Oko with Aerial Ace, with a Muscle Band equipped could work. So I need like 30% Chip somehow. Let's see, Magical Leaf and Wood Hammer. If I give this the Miracle Seed, Magical Leaf always breaks the sub. What is the Focus Punch AI? Is it just highest damage? Focus Punch. Okay, Focus Punch kind of doesn't have special AI. So technically speaking, if I can guarantee Focus Punch, which Executor Alola kind of can, right? It guarantees that it only Focus Punches and not Payback or Seed Bomb. And with the Miracle Seed, I do just kind of break the subs. So Magical Leaf also kind of 4-hit KOs Cacturn. 5-hit KOs at worst. But I do need to keep it healthy to come in on a Focus Punch. That said, if I can let it come in on Earthquake, I'd also be fine. Is there a way for me to guarantee Earthquake? The closest to a maybe is Amoonguss. That's not just a maybe. That's the closest to a guarantee. Because... or maybe like the Raichus can also kind of do the trick. But they cannot come in on a Rock Slide, which is the main thing I can probably bait with others. Okay, I think it's time to start writing shit down. So let's go do that. First off, Soft Sand, Krook, Oko's, Nidoqueen. And based on what I see, Crunch outdamages Flamethrower on the Charizard. And High Horsepower is outdamaged by Focus Punch. So actually, Golem would come in. No, it wouldn't, because it sees that I can Oko Golem, so it will not be coming in. Instead, it should be, yeah, Cacturn comes in, who will see a kill with Focus Punch and Focus Punch only. I can switch in Masquerain on the Focus Punch, guarantee a payback. Can I somehow guarantee Seed Bomb? I think that's like the main one. Also, that reminds me, 48, 32, so 50, 80%. Yeah, I take at worst 80% from the Weather Ball, so Dreadnought has like 20% of its HP to spare. In case I need to come in on payback, I was gonna say, but that doesn't quite work. Not to mention, at -1, the payback. No, I cannot afford that. I could if I give a berry, like Healing Berry, though I prefer to not use them. If I can. So basically, can I guarantee a Seed Bomb? Guarantee a payback here, then another Focus Punch. I can kind of just shuffle it down. Problem is, a crit payback does just kind of kill still. Because the idea, if I do come in on like a payback crit with double power, I would actually take very hefty damage, because payback does deal double damage if you switch out, right? Oh, switching does not count as an action. Okay, good to know. So actually, I just take the not double powered, and then all of a sudden I'd have 60% HP to spare. So if I can come in on EQ for Golem, because I need Executor Alola for Golem specifically, not so much for the Cacturn. That's like, I can maybe find alternative lines there. I think. I need to check something real quick. How much HP does Talonflame take from Sand Chip? Eight. So 16. So if payback were to crit, I would be in trouble. Okay, so that's not quite the option I was hoping it would be. I can maybe just kind of fiddle around with like a bunch of like switches, because I really only need Dreadnought for like these three. Just kind of 1v1 3 of the 6, 3 of the 4. So I can just kind of bring my Intimidate shuffling with me, right? And with like maybe some Flame Body procs on Talonflame through baiting focus punches, which Cacturn guarantees. I should have enough chances to get a focus punch, a burn proc on Talonflame, while getting it to -6. The only issue is that could, like, have it set up substitute. Because the second he doesn't see a kill anymore, he would do that. Yeah. This is double damage payback, so I take less than it looks here. He beat -2. So there's a chance he substitutes. You go to -3. Then he's gonna click payback on me, which on a crit is still killing me, and I cannot afford that. So I can basically do like a bunch of back and forth switches between like Crook and Masquerain for a while. Then once that's low enough, I can do that. I can weave in Mightyena and then burn with Talonflames. Preferably with Flame Body, of course. Like, that is kind of an option. Because if it's burned, Masquerain is all of a sudden quite safe, you know, to handle it. Especially if you can get it down to -6, because Struggle Bug and Bug Buzz are, of course, sound moves, so they go through the sub. And yeah. Because the problem is a Focus Punch crit on from Executor Alola would not be good. But the same goes for its crit payback on Talonflame, right? Until it's burned. Because once it's burned, either Talonflame or Masquerain should be able to 1v1 decently safely. And while crits can happen, if he's burnt, the crit will not deal more than 50% and it can roost it off. I think this, like, it looks finicky, but I think it's not nearly as finicky as it looks. I would probably want a damage soak for payback specifically. And the best damage soak for that I have is maybe even Breloom. Because it resists. Yeah, but no, Mightyena is as well. Mightyena is just fine. The one issue with Mightyena is that it doesn't heal, whereas Breloom, of course, does. And in the same vein, Caracasa isn't just, like, just kind of isn't getting damaged by the sand, of course. But Breloom would heal. And it would guarantee Focus Punch just as well as Mightyena would. And the Intimidate Shuffling I can do with Crook. So I can just kind of bring my Poison Heal Breloom instead. Not to mention, a Focus Punch crit doesn't quite kill Breloom, and thus I could potentially if Breloom's healthy still, I could maybe work something out that way. Yeah, all things considered, I think these 6 kind of do the trick. And just kind of assume I get the burn at some point, and then either Talonflame, maybe Breloom can just kind of do the trick, right? And depending on what's in, like, if it's Talonflame, it's probably Charizard that comes in. Otherwise, it's Golem. It doesn't quite matter, because I can just kind of switch in what I need to switch in, and do the Oko that I want to do. Yeah. Okay, so Soft Sand, Krook, Okos, Nidoqueen, Dreadnought takes 2 hits, and Okos Zard. Exec Alola comes in on anything. And Okos Golem. Just gonna call it Exec. Comes in on anything. Comes in on whatever, and Okos Golem. And Cacturn, pivoting between the other 4, between Krook and Mask for Tim's, Talon for Burn Procs, Breloom for Payback. If need be. He's there as like a recovering damage taker, right? He's the only one that actually actively heals in the sand, thanks to Poison Heal. So, all things considered, it's probably the best answer to the Cacturn. Especially considering I can just kind of try to Brick Break once if it's at full HP. And if that just kind of hits, it's instantly done. Especially if he's at like -6, which I can definitely make happen. It can come in on Payback just fine, as long as I don't get crit. Heal that off, basically, and Focus Punch crit would not kill me, and I can try with a Brick Break if I want to. Furthermore, it baits Focus Band for Payback, plus bait Focus Punch if need be. I think this combines to just kind of handle it. Yeah, I think this kind of comes together to handle it. So I think we're ready. And we're gonna do the next fight. The one thing I need to figure out is like what I need in terms of like items. But I'll be bringing Viola, Brassius, not Nana. I think this is already... No, it's not. Who am I missing? Oh, I'm missing Faulkner. Of course, I am bringing Faulkner. And Clay is the lead. And let's go ahead and give them their items they want. For you, it's nothing. For you, it's nothing. Actually, did I need the Miracle Seed? If I was going for Magical Leaf? No, I do not. So Exec doesn't need an item. Krook needs the Soft Sand. Loom, I'll give... the... Or is it? I have the wide lens, right? I'll give it wide lens to maybe improve my odds there. I'll give Talon just an Orin. Dread doesn't need anything and won't be used anyway beyond that one switch in. And I'll give Orins to you. And like, because Milo will not be used for the Cacturn. There's a tiny chance I want to use it, but like in practice, no. I say I want to use Breloom for the Cacturn, but like, there's also the idea of using Torterra there instead, because Torterra cannot be crit. And while it cannot do an awful lot of damage back, that doesn't really matter, because whatever Cacturn wants to do, I just kind of take it. And I can take basically as long as I want. Especially if I get to burn it. So, yeah, I'm gonna do that little bit of an adjustment, and I'm not, because I won't be having the heal then, but that's fine, because Ramos can just kind of do the same thing about equally well. Also means I don't have to run back to Mauville. Let's get the bike. Past the rocks, into the sandstorm. And there's our Ninja Boy. You can definitely not tell it's a Ninja Boy. Double check I have the right items. This should be soft sand. Yep, this did not need an item. Oranberry, safety. Wide lens is safety. Oranberry is safety. Doesn't need an item. That is correct. Alright, I think we are ready and we should be able to handle it just fine. So here we go. Hiya! Hiya back at ya. So, Ninja Boy Jinra is gonna lead with this Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen, pretty powerful with Earth Power, Sludge Bomb, Flamethrower, Ice Beam, and Sheer Force Life Orb. Lovely, I don't give a hoot. Because we're just gonna click high horsepower and say, thank you, next. Go full Ariana Grande on that. This baits in the Cacturn already. Yep, there it is, okay. And Cacturn sees a potential kill with Focus Punch. So it's like 99% chance-ish to click Focus Punch and a 1% chance to Substitute. If it, like, basically if it doesn't roll the kill and also rolls Substitute as equal priority, and therefore it's a 50-50. So Substitute is like very low chance to happen, but it can happen. If it happens, I don't really care. Viola comes in, intimidates for the first time. And with it -1, the Focus Punch deals... Okay, it can deal a decent bit of damage here, but nothing I'm scared of. Now, because of the fact that I have sound moves, Cacturn here will never click Substitute. So instead, it will always click Payback, and Clay can take that Payback, bringing it down to -2. And Payback here at most deals like 20% on a crit. In practice, like 6. Yeah, 10 HP, that's fine. This, once again, baits the Focus Punch, or maybe the Substitute. It's now like 4-1 on what it does. Viola comes in. If it substitutes, whatever. If it doesn't, better. I don't really care here. Bring it down to -3. Now Masquerain takes the sand chip, slowly whittles it down. Again, this is a guaranteed payback. So we're gonna go back to clay on the payback. Bring it down to -4. You kind of see how this keeps going. This is very fast. Payback, sure. So now we're gonna do one more switch on basically the exact same scenario. Though there is now a small overlap between Seed Bomb and Focus Punch. I don't care. Both deal pitiful damage against Viola. And if you substitute, okay. Well, it keeps Focus Punch in. Good. Good, good, good. So now it's at -5. And finally, we're gonna bring it down to -6. With a final switch to clay. And from here, with it at -6, we are basically safe to do whatever. Whatever in this case is gonna be, because it's gonna use Focus Punch here, or maybe Seed Bomb, and there's also a decent chance for the sub. We're gonna go to Faulkner. Hopefully see the Focus Punch with a burn proc. That's basically what we're going for. Focus Punch. No Flame Body. Unfortunate, but not a big deal. This sees now Payback as its highest damaging move. And we are gonna go ahead and switch back to clay on that. This is gonna take a while. It's not getting any more Intimidate procs. This is its 4th Payback, and Payback has 10 PP. So that is something to consider as well. Now it's gonna once again do one of the other 3 moves. So we're gonna go back to Faulkner. Another Focus Punch, good. And still no burn, but whatever, doesn't really matter. It's like, it's mostly getting rid of its payback PP that I'm trying to do, I guess. Because this is now number 5. I actually, yeah, no, I'm gonna run it out of payback PP. I think I'm gonna switch my strategy ever so slightly and go for the payback PP stall. Alright. Then we are gonna go back to Faulkner on either move. I'm gonna go to Faulkner still. Sure. Because if this just burns, we're done. Like, it's over. That's why we're mostly going for Faulkner and not Viola there. We've now seen 5 paybacks. I do need to check what the crit range is for Focus Punch on Talon. That is a 48%. Okay, I do need to be a little careful from here on. So we're gonna do it a little safer. Go to clay. Take the payback. Because I'd have to take 1 tick of sand chip. which was 8, and the Focus Punch crit, so at -6. If Focus Punch were to crit, I'd take 67, so I can do it one more time. Because I'd take 75 HP worth of damage then. Just burn it, please. Just make my life easy. Perfect, finally. Now it's over. Now it's just over. Because it's going to pay back here one more time and we can roost off that damage. Thornberry, in fact, it wasn't quite necessary, but it could have been. So we're going to go back to full while he paybacks me. And now even a crit payback deals at most 50%. So we're just going to have to wait for it to not crit a payback so we can aerial ace. Roost it off once more. And there's another payback. That is number 7. Not that it really matters anymore, but it is number 7. And now we can aerial ace with impunity. And now the burn chip just kind of kills it. I believe. If it doesn't, then I just kind of switch in one of the 2 counters, probably. Nope, okay, I figured. So this should be Charizard who sees a slow kill. It's gonna Weather Ball me. And only Weather Ball will see a kill. Wake can take that Weather Ball. I did, in fact, make one minuscule error here, but it's not going to be a relevant one. Because, technically speaking, it could have been that I switch in Dreadnought on the Flamethrower, get burnt. But, whatever. Even then, that wouldn't have been an issue, because I still will be able to win the 1v1. Anyway, Rock Tomb kills. Bye-bye. And finally, we're going to see Golem. And at this HP range, it's clicking a random move. And that's fine, because Executor Alola can come in on a random move, even a Focus Punch. And barely outspeeds and KOs with Magical Leaf. EQ is absolutely the best outcome there. It doesn't quite matter, but, you know. Here in practice, Golem will always go for Focus Punch. So, even if this doesn't kill, it does kind of flinch him from using, and basically deny Focus Punch damage in general. And thus we say bye-bye. All things considered, went quite well. Came up short, that you did. And I'm gonna promptly run it back. And back we are. I'll let them heal a bit, and I will, before anything else, set up the next trainer battle. The second to last in the sand. It's the one with a Dragapult, a Crocodile, a Cloyster, and a Shelgon. So that definitely looks scary. Especially considering your Dragapult has screens. I will look at this in a little bit. For now, I'm gonna quickly grab a little drink and be back in like a little tiny, like a few minutes. back we are. Alright, so let's go take a look. I also need to update this. Why is it on this fight? Doesn't really matter, but... Genera. With the Dragapults. Dragapult has Hex, Dragon Breath, Reflect, and Light Screen. Ugh, Light Screen. It's also impossible to outspeed. Okay. So there's a few annoying things here. The main one being the cloister. Because okay, there's probably like a pivoting line for it, but if it shell smashes, you lose. In the same vein, that Shelgon looks annoying. I can probably handle it, but I would need to find out how, and I don't quite know that yet. Because you don't quite want to burn it. Let's put everyone away real quick. Let's go by these one by one. The crocodile. If the screens are set up, it might become troubling. But basically, in every other scenario. Wait a second. Oh no, it has bulk up. I can't quite afford. Can he bulk up on me? If the screens are up? Oh, yes, he can. Okay, well, if I were to give this a Miracle Seed, does that change anything? Only if Reflect is up. So if I can get it to get a KO with the special attacker on the Dragapults in a way that won't cause it to use Reflect, I would be good. I don't think I have that though. The closest I might have to that is Kingdra, but it's not safe. And the whole issue is, of course, the fact that the screens are getting set up. Now, I can definitely see a situation where I can just kind of stall out the pulse, stall out like the light clay turns, or the reflect turns, with like a combination of like Caracosta and I don't quite have a steel type, but like Caracosta and Arcanine or something. and then like bring it low somehow. Problem is mostly if he gets a reflect up, I'm in trouble, and so I can either have to be able to get it to stall it out, which I can maybe see happen actually with Dreadnought, because I can make it slower, and just after 2 of those, I can kind of... The problem is Brick Break, right? The problem is if I... Wait a second. Yup, that's it. Okay, Breloom 1v1's a Krook, because of the fact that even if he bulks up once and has the reflects up, Brick Break breaks through the reflect, so it doesn't quite matter. Yes, Earthquake can crit on me, but whatever. So I should just try and go for that kill, preferably on a mix attacker. Like Arcanine probably then. Though that does mean both screens will be set up for sure. But Arcanine Hisui does in fact bait in the Krook, and will make sure that it doesn't bulk up turn 1. Meaning that even with Reflect and Light Screen up, maybe if I give it like the, what's it called again, the Black Belt? No, okay, it's still likely to do that. So, but if I, even if it were to go to like +1 defense, which is what happens there, I'd break through the Reflect, Brick Break, and now worst Brick Break plus Mach Punch would still kill. So that's fine. Okay, that I have a lead then. In Arcanine Hisui, and Breloom is gonna be the essential mon to break through this. From there, I would see Breloom take the Frost Breath, because that sees a kill, and that is something Arcanine could take. If Light Screen is not up, the issue is I'd need Wise Glasses, but I don't want to take the Dragon Breath, right? Arcanine Hisui is maybe not the answer then. Okay. So Arcanine Hisui, yes, it can kind of stall out the Pulse, but because of the whole Dragon Breath situation, being able to paralyze me after a few times, you know, prefer not to see that. But even then, I think that should generally be fine. It just means I need to do something else for Cloyster. And something else could very well just be Raichu, because that can take the Frost Breath, take the bit of Sand Chip, and Thunderbolt for kill. Outspeeds and KOs. Alright. And then the problem then is like Shelgon will start setting up, and I don't quite have the tools to take it on. At least not on the field. And a +1... Actually, ooh! Because either No, that is... No, because it will never click that, but it could still... No, that's not quite the solution I was hoping it would be. Okay. I was hoping that maybe Mamoswine would be able to come in on whatever it does. But it cannot quite switch in on Dragon Rush. Nor could it switch in on the Facade, or nor can it really come in on Break either, which is the move you could bait. Facade you can't quite bait. And of course because with Never Melts Ice, Avalanche would kill, because this is damage before the doubling through the taking damage thing. Right? So if I can bring in Mamoswine safely, it can OHKO the Shelgon. As long as it doesn't take damage on switch in, Mamo can 1v1 the Shelgon. If it does take damage, it becomes a risky. But because it does become risky, I also know I guarantee... I was gonna say, I do guarantee that it clicks Dragon Rush or Break, but I don't have the switch in necessary for that. Because Executor Alola cannot take a Dragon Rush and is too slow. Kingdra, Dragon Pulse is too little damage. I was gonna say maybe switch in Dread, but that doesn't quite work, right? Because it still boosts his attack. And Rock Tomb doesn't quite do an awful lot, so... I can't give any coverage to Breloom or something, that doesn't work either. I do have Dragon Breath on Ampharos, but that's not safe. Like, that's not safe, so... There's Avalugg, which can kind of 1v1 it easily, but... There too, do I really want to commit to that already? If I can do it without committing to it, I'd prefer to. I can maybe see a line with like knockoff on Caracosta. Maybe. In practice, probably not, right? No, I don't think that quite works out. I mean, I do know that Torterra is quite a good physical wall, but it deals just ever so slightly too little damage. Even if I were to give it... Oh, interesting! Oh, that is very interesting. Because with Soft Sand, Torterra all of a sudden sees a 2-hit KO. So if it can come in on a, like, guaranteed baited move, I can get away with, like, using Earthquake twice. even 3 times. No, I can get away with Earthquake once. But 1 should be enough, hopefully, to get something to finish it off. This Earthquake then would deal, like, assume 46, so it would be at 81. There's also the option of just kind of shuffling and Intimidate, right? Yeah, but then... yeah, but in doing that, I don't quite guarantee... that he doesn't Dragon Dance. Okay, I think it's time to start writing down. So, Arcasui 1v1s. What's it called? The Pulse. With Crunch. Give Cherry as insurance. Because with that Cherry Berry... there's also bringing Zoroark up, but... because I don't quite need Feint Attack anymore, right? Do I need... I might need it still, but I don't have to teach it anymore because I don't have to use a TM. So I could just kind of click Knock Off, click Dark Pulse. Even if it were to go through Reflect, he takes 70, so he'd be at 78, 81. Then I'd click Dark Pulse instead of Knock Off after. And those two have a chance to kill, and if they don't combine for a kill, I can Sucker Punch to finish it off. The problem then is... no, the issue there is that it might not bait Zoroark in, or the Crocodile in, right? If I get the right read, or better put, it means I might switch Breloom in on a bulk up, and I cannot afford that. As because that would be this, it would still be Krook switching in, but I would, like, I'm much more likely to see bulk up that way. So no, it's Arc that 1v1s with Crunch. And if I get Reflectors on, it's still like a 3-hit KO-ish. And if nothing else... yeah, but that doesn't quite work out the way I want it to, right? Because if he does set up Reflect on me, it's a possible... oh, it's a still guaranteed 3-hit KO, actually, because of the Sandstorm chip. Right. Okay, then it's fine. 3 KOs in Sand. Give Cherry as an insurance, because if it's Reflect, Dragon Breath, that's the only outcome where I might be in trouble. But that is and it has to be Dragon Breath, Paralysis. Not to mention, I still have quite a bit of HP then to take a few hexes, so even then it's unlikely to become much of an issue. And even if that is what happens, Krook would still come in. Like, even in this worst case scenario, Krook would still come in, and the only thing that would have happened is that I stalled out a few of the screen turns, which is not relevant at all. In comes Krook, KOs with EQ, maybe Rock Slide. Switch to Loom, Break plus Mach Punch. Switch to Black Belt Loom. Kills. The end. In comes Cloister. Clicking Frost Breath. Because that outspeeds and sees a kill. I can switch to Raichu even on the Frost Breath. And even if it were to be like in liquidation range, which how? It wouldn't be liquidation. It's just gonna click Frost Breath. Raichu takes. No screens anymore. In comes Cloister, Raichu takes. And Oko's with T-Bolt. Like, pretty easy, pretty simple. I will have taken a Frost Breath guaranteed. So I'd at best be 45 HP below my HP, so that's 85. And I take Sandstorm Chip, which is another 8, so I'd be at 77. And I take another bit of Chip, of course, because I also kill, so that's another bit of Chip. So I'd be at 69 HP. Nice, at best. So that is a Dragon Rush seeing kill. So that actually does mean Torterra can come in on the Dragon Rush. Screens are down. Soft Sand. And thanks to the Soft Sand, I barely get in range of it being a 2-hit KO. In comes Shelgon, clicking Dragon Rush. So either I have to find something that can take the Dragon Rush and potentially do hefty damage. Which, I mean, Mamo kind of fits that description, but it cannot take a crit Dragon Rush. Especially if it's crit Dragon Rush into crit Break. That just deals 120% of my HP. So I'd have to be able to take 218 HP worth of damage. So that's 48 short. Would a Citrus Berry make it clean, basically? By 442. Plus 170, 212. So that's barely too low to guarantee I live. And like barely. So I need to find a slightly safer line. Basically, can I like bring something in on a Dragon Rush? I would be taking 55 here, 46 at worst, best, I guess. I don't know if there is any, like, specific Mon that does a trick here. Because I cannot have it be Mightyena. Because if that takes minimum damage, which is 46. I'd be at 90. And that makes Dragon Dance very likely. Fairly likely. Not very, but fairly. And you know, I'd rather avoid that. And in the same vein, I cannot really afford to use Mask Rain here, because a crit Dragon Rush would be a kill, and I cannot afford that. Avalugg is kind of a heart wall for Shogun, and with Avalanche, it does just kind of very likely Oko if I give it a Never Melt Eyes, it Okos. And it can come in on the Dragon Rush and Oko with like Oko the following turn with like Icicle Spear or Avalanche. But because I'm at 100% of my HP, I am slower, so it is not unlikely to Dragon Dance on me. But I can just kind of Icicle Spear to guarantee, like, it deals probably equally likely amounts of damage as Avalanche would, assuming I don't get hit. Even if I do get, like, if I assume Avalanche, I take 60, so he'd be at 67, and then +1/+1. Yeah, no, I'd be fine. Because I take, like, the crit Brick Break, a crit neutral, like, +0 Dragon Rush. So that's, like, 80-ish%, I think. 85-ish%. Ooh, that sounds close. Dragon Rush is 51. Brick Break is 78. So 51/78 is 129. Meaning I have 22 HP worth of damage of 22 HP left. And that is above 2 ticks of Sand Chip. But I'd have to take 3 ticks, no? 1, 2, no, just 2. So that could theoretically work. And with a Never Melt Ice, I guarantee it to a KO if he doesn't attack me. I don't need it, because either he attacks me the first turn, and Avalanche is arranged to kill, but I'm not afraid of, like, the damage that he deals. Because it'd be, like, 70%, 80.2, and, like, he would still click Brick Break or Dragon Rush on me, and I can still just kind of, for example, take that with Breloom. If he's at high HP and Mach Punch for kill, or bring like a bunch of backups there. And if he does set up on me, it means I can definitely live it and 2-hit KO it for sure. Yeah, I think those factors combine to make Avalugg good here. The only thing is, can I do it without? It's Mamo. Coming in on Dragon Rush, that is a bit too steep. If it's like a Moongus maybe coming in on Dragon Rush. The problem is mostly that might trigger Facade, right? Could maybe switch in Caracosta. That deals much more than I thought it would do, honestly. Dragon Rush on a crit is still like half HP. But I would be able to take it, knock off. And so long as he doesn't like Dragon Rush plus Brick Break. And both crit. That's not true, because then it's just, if he Dragon Dances on me, I am screwed, or at least in a lot of trouble. And he'd have 95 speed. 94 speed. Which, I still have a fair few that outspeed it. And with that knockoff, I can kind of... If I can bring in Kingdra on a Brick Break, Kingdra does just kind of OHKO from there. So I'd have to take the Dragon Rush somehow. While not being afraid of the Brick Break. And I think Orbeetle might be the best choice there. Maybe, or if it's not that, it's Caracosta, right? Though I would need to be wary of double crit, so I can't quite do that. Krook is scared of Dragon Rush, even if it is at minus, and if it's at -1, I'd stay too high HP to actually make it work. Though I don't really have any Dragon or Ice coverage otherwise, right? Artillery maybe, but that doesn't quite do the trick. I basically need to guarantee a Brick Break, and I don't think I can. Due to the damage difference, because Dragon Rush, Neutral, and Brick Break super effective are basically the same damage range. Like, they have the same base power, right? And I don't have a Dragon Resist, so... yeah. I think I'm gonna commit to Avalugg, and I think I might want then the normal Avalugg. The Hisuian Avalugg has a little bit better stats, but regular Avalugg has a bit better, apologies, has better typing. And, like, having rock, I have like 3 rock types already, right? Arcanine, Dreadnought, and Caracosta. So I don't quite need it. Then the question becomes, don't I just kind of want to lead with Avalugg into the Dragapult instead? No, because of course it's especially incredibly frail. Okay, I think I'm gonna commit to Avalugg then. I think that's probably the best way to go about it, and I'm just gonna commit to regular Avalugg. think I'm just gonna commit to regular Avalugg. So I think that will be ever so slightly more valuable. It's not like I get a strong jaw Avalugg that's pretty damn strong, right? It's not like that little bit of extra speed is gonna matter all too much. Or that little bit of extra attack. A little bit of extra attack might. And the extra stab type might. But like in practice, I think the way you would use Avalugg here means it's probably fine. Yeah, I think it's probably fine. Okay. Clicking Dragon Rush. Avalugg comes in. Oh wait, can Dragon Rush not flinch actually? I completely forgot about that. It can flinch. So there is still a risk there. A risk I'd rather not take. Except that Brick Break is much more likely to be clicked. So I think it's hopefully safe enough, right? So +1, and it being at like 50%. It's a 40%, 85%, 20%. So 8%. And then 0.4 times, like, what is it, 17? 17. So that's 51, 68, so it's like a 6% chance to go awry. That is a bit too high for my comfort. It's annoying that Executor is like exactly 2 points too slow. Otherwise this would have been easy. No, because I'd still need to switch it in, but I could probably manage that with like an Arcanine pivot or something. I didn't expect the demon of all things to be the Shelgon. The demon of this fight, that is. I guess a Arcanine pivot should generally guarantee a Brick Break. Unless it misses, of course. Then it's free to Dragon Dance. And besides, it doesn't help me towards what I want to do. Should have kept Ice Fang, I guess, on the Mamo. Don't I have, like, HP Ice and something that is pretty useful? Masquerade, but that's not gonna outdamage it, right? Because its Bug Buzz is gonna do more. And I cannot safely switch it in on Dragon Rush. Because if it crits, it dies to Sand Chip. I guess with an Orin it doesn't. But but because it sees that I outspeed and... Interesting. Actually interesting. Because then all of a sudden I can safely switch in Torterra. If it has that soft sand. And 1v1. That's the line. I think I found it. Because I need to double check what the crit damage in that is. 130. Sand chip would be 8. So I need 138 HP, so an Orin would do enough. And because I outspeed and have a range to 2-hit KO, it's always going to Dragon Rush on me. So at mine, and because I intimidated it, I can safely switch to Torterra and 3-hit KO with Earthquake if I give it a soft sand to basically guarantee it doesn't click Dragon Dance. I need to make sure that is how that works, though. Dragon Dance. If AI is slower and 2-hit KO by player mod -5. Yeah, and because it checks max damage, I am then exactly in range, so Earthquake 2-hit KOs. Okay, no, that's it. Then I have it. So Shogun is going to guarantee click Dragon Rush, switch to Mask on Dragon Rush, or it guarantees no kill. And then switch to Soft Sand Tort on D-Rush, guaranteed. 1v1. So then I can always take 4 Dragon Rushes, and I only need to take 3. 1 on coming in, and 2 hits after. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm good. And that means we are ready for battle. Is there any cheese that I might be, like, scared about? What is incapacitated again? No, so if I'm paralyzed, it's not suddenly gonna bulk up on me with Crocodile. That's like the only thing that could go wrong. Because going through it, the 1-for-1 with Crunch, unless I get like Omega Parahaxed, which is an incredibly unlikely scenario, right? The Arcanine just 1v1s because it 3-hit KOs with Crunch even through Reflect thanks to the Sandstorm. I can bring along like Caracosta as like a little bit of insurance, or I mean the move I'd be most afraid of would be Hex, so a Dark type, so Crook. It's probably not a bad shout. Because Crook would... If I make sure that I take a bit of damage, I would still bait in Crocodile trying to kill me. I need to take over half HP worth of damage then, which 2 Dragon Breaths more or less do, and the crits won't kill me, so that should be fine. So that is kind of my backup. If it's really necessary. But that should not come into play very often. Okay, I think, because then you make sure the crew comes in, you go to Breloom, 1v1s, Break is a chance to kill. If it doesn't kill, that's fine. It doesn't see the Break breaks the screen, so it might bulk up on me. If that happens, whatever. I can break, and I Mach Punch, and I make sure that I give it the black belts, because with the black belt, it's guaranteed that the break, even with the +1 in defense, break plus Mach Punch kills. Yes. In comes a Cloister, trying to click Frost Breath on me. That is always going to kill, so it's not going to click Shell Smash. So I can switch safely to Raichu. Thunderbolt for kill. In comes Shelgon, who's going to click Dragon Rush, because I will have taken the Frost Breath and will always be in range of a Dragon Rush kill. I go to Masquerain, who with the Oranberry always survives at least one Dragon Rush. And will not bait the Dragon Dance because it outspeeds and 2-hit KOs. In quotations. And then we go to Torterra, and with the Soft Sand, that also outspeeds and 2-hit KOs. It's, in practice, probably a 3-hit KO, but yeah, okay, I think this is safe. I think this is guaranteed, and I think we're ready to go. Do need to watch the time, because I fed my sourdough starter earlier this morning, and I do need to make sure that I'm back in time to actually, you know, harvest. So you are gonna be brought, and it is. Then I want Brassius, and I want Surge, who I do need to level 1 level, but actually, do I? I do not, so I'm not going to. It might make the Frost Breath into Dragon Rush a little bit safer even, so I'm fine doing this. Right. Let's go ahead and equip everyone's items. I don't need you to keep the White Lens. Instead, you are going to get Soft Sand. You want an Oranberry. You want the Black Belts. Black Belts. You want Cherry Berry. You want nothing, really. And you want a Cherry Berry as well, because that is the situation in which I would need that. And I think that's everyone ready, except for one thing. I do need to pre-poison Breloom to keep it healthy. So we do need to go to Marvel for a little quick detour. We're gonna apply the poison to Brassius. There we go. And now we're ready. I don't need to do any pre-damaging or whatever. I can just kind of get through with muscles alone, and everyone at full HP is honestly a good thing. It's not universal that that's true, but in this case, it doesn't really... It's not necessary to pre-damage anyone. So... there's the next fight. Our Ruin Maniac, Rigger. And this is going to be our team. Surge is under-leveled because I didn't want to choose on what move to give it yet. And the level difference is not going to make or break the strategy. Hamilton should be the lead. Hamilton is going to 1v1 the Dragapult with Crunch. And if everything goes right, that is fine. If I get like insanely lucky against the Pult, that's whatever. Even if I get incredibly unlucky, I have Clay as backup. Brassius will be there for the Crocodile. Surge is there for the Cloister. And Viola and Ramos team up to finish off the Shelgon. Yes. And everyone has the correct item, double checking. Cherry, Black Belt, Oran, Soft Sand, none, Cherry, correct. Then here we go. Yes, time for a fight. For 30 years I've searched for ancient ruins. I am to be challenged? That you are. Rigger, bring it on. Brings out the Dragapults. Dragapult here has Hex, Dragon Breath, reflect light screen. It can't click every move. It's most likely to click one of the screens. The screens in particular are dependent on the moves I have. If I have like only physical moves, it's only going to click reflect the first time. If I have only special moves, only light screen. If I have both, however, there's a chance for it to first click light screen and a chance for it to first click reflect. I don't really care which of the two it does, because crunch here would be a 3 KO. It can also just kind of hex or dragon breath me. Both of those would be whatever. So far, so good. And now, with this HP range, let's be the ruler. It's 31-ish, so that even with the reflects up, I should kill it with this crunch. And the sandstorm chip that comes up after. Let's see it. It doesn't even live the crunch itself. Alright, good. Oh, cursed body. Yeesh, I'm glad I didn't get cursed bodied earlier then. It wouldn't have been the biggest deal, but it could have gotten annoying. Crocodile here is going to intimidate me, and it has Earthquake, Power Chip, Rock Slide, and Bulk Up. It's going to Earthquake me because that sees a kill. Brassius can take an Earthquake. And with the dual screens up right now, Crook hurts, but not like substantially. And the reason we want Brassius for this specifically is because Brassius, not only with Poison Heal, keeps decently healthy, but has Brick Break. So even though this Crocodile bulks up right here, I don't care. Because I will Brick Break through the screens and deal at minimum like 50-60% or so. No, this is without Black Belt, it's like even more. Yes, it gets the weakness policy here, and that is mildly scary under other circumstances. But as you can see, it's fairly low, and this is Mach Punch range. So I just kill with Mach Punch, and I'm not afraid of it at all. Bye-bye. Punch. There we go. 2 down, 2 to go. In will come the... First the Sandstorm, of course, because a bit of chip and a bit of healing. Get through that first. But now, once this is done, in will come the Cloister, who will see a fast kill with Frost Breath. That hurts. We don't want Brassius to take that, but Surge can take that, honestly, pretty fine. Takes a fair bit of damage. Takes like 40% or so. But Frost Breath can freeze or anything, so whatever. Yeah, and now it's in fairly low HP range, but that is whatever. I outspeed the Cloister and I KO it with Thunderbolts. Bye-bye. Next. There we go. I get a bit of experience, of course, because I'm not at a level cap, but that's whatever. And now, thanks to the damage I already have on Surge, Shogun that comes in here, guaranteed, is going to see a kill with Dragon Rush. I'm going to have Viola take the Dragon Rush, and even if it crits, thanks to the Ornberry, I will live the crit and the Sandstorm chip. Barely, I might add. And it's like... It's only a tiny bit that it matters. Well, anyway, here it didn't matter. And because of the fact that Viola with Bug Buzz is just a 2 KO on max rolls, it will always click Dragon Rush there. Ramos can take it. And thanks to the soft sand it has, it also sees that I can 2 KO barely with Earthquake. So it will keep clicking Dragon Rush on me. And because of the -1 and the guaranteed crit, the never critting, Dragon Rush will never deal more than a quarter, and Earthquake will be a 3 KO at worst. And thus I win this 1v1. Also, it can miss. Not that that was something I was considering, but you know, it can miss. Shogun was going to be last anyway, so it wasn't really something that was going to be anything of a significant factor. But the fact it has poor eyesight is at least a bit amusing. And there he goes. Shogun down, and that's another fight. One more to go, and we made it through the sandstorm. I've searched for rooting. I've not searched for strong Pokemon. I mean, you got a Dragapult. There is the final fight. I don't want to get into his range. I was hoping there was like maybe an item here, but evidently not. Quickly run back, and then we're going to take a look at the final fight. I took a little peek earlier, and it has the strongest Pokemon for the Sandstorm in Excadrill. What else it has, I will show it off in a little bit. First we do a heal, and then let's go take a look. Where is it? Here it is. So, this fight has a Hippowdon, a Go-Goat, a Golem, and an Excadrill. The Golem in particular has Explosion, which is scary. And beyond that, the it's Sand Force Excadrill. Okay, that's a little more manageable, but still absolutely scary. Let's go ahead and try and get through this. The Hippo in particular, I do know that Torterra 1v1s. And I don't see why it would curse there. I feel like it would never curse, right? Because it's... Is it defensive setup then? It's not, right? Oh, yes, no, it's not Dragon Dance, it's Curse here, of course, and Curse in particular is just kind of a... Whereas, what does Curse fall under? I don't quite know. I think here it's just kind of like bulk up light. So let's assume that's the case. And then it's gonna see... No physical attacks. It will be an offensive setup move. But then shouldn't it see that I am slower and 2-hit that it's slower and that I 2-hit KO it? I think it does. I don't think it matters. Torterra just kind of 1v1s. But that should bait in the Go-Goat. It is faster, but I out-damage it, and Torterra is outspeeding and out-KOing Malola. No, it will be Excadrill that comes in then, and the Iron Head is definitely scary. Okay. We'll see that it's already faster. Oh, but I can take the Iron Head with... Okay. Okay, first things first. Let's reset this. Reset the box again. And go take a look. First off, Hippowdon. One of these two 1v1s. It's... Whether it's Executor... Doesn't have Energy Ball with Magical Leaf. I need to fix that in a bit, but sure. Or it's Torterra with its Giga Drain Seed Bomb combo. It just kind of kills. It doesn't really matter. Either of those two work. If it's against the Go-Goat, Go-Goat would not come in because it will be too slow. And I believe... I will check if Air Balloon is actually considered. Trying to see if there's any info on it. I think the answer is just that I'm gonna assume it does take it into consideration, partially because the line I have in mind doesn't care for it, right? Well, it matters in the fact that whatever comes in can change, right? It would instead be Go-Go that comes in, and while that is not the biggest deal, because you just kind of use Breloom for that, or honestly, yeah, Breloom just kind of walls it, and Brick Break out damages it fully, and if not Brick Break, then you know, Facade. Actually. Yeah, Facade is a 2-hit KO on Go-Go. That's actually pretty good. Then... I think Excadrill would probably come in due to the damage I would have taken. So, okay, I'm gonna start writing this shit down. Let's go. I'm gonna quickly get rid of this. I need to like order my sticky notes a bit because I've been using those to store lines that I've used in case I want to do something with it, but you know, you never know what happens, right? Because this is going very smoothly, so I'm hoping that maybe something comes out of this line, like this playthrough. You never know. So, Tort or Exec 1v1s. What is it? The Hippo. In comes Exca. Against the Golem, against Executor, it might be Golem that comes in. Because it doesn't outdamage, you know, but it does do hefty damage. I'm gonna just assume I use Torterra. Let's just go with that, just for the safety of it. I would Seed Bomb into Giga Drain and I would kill. If he curses the first turn, whatever. If he doesn't, if he clicks Earthquake, then I heal off the Earthquake damage. Basically all of it, but maybe not all of it. If not, that's fine. The Torterra would outspeed an Oko Golem Alola, so would never come in. Torterra outdamages Go-Go, but is slower. And Excadrill is faster, but also outdamaged thanks to Seed Bomb. So it would be Go-Go that comes in. Okay, good to know. In comes Go-Go's. Because I always, like, I'm not in range of an Oko from Excadrill, and I outspeed it with, I outdamage it with Seed Bomb. So it would be Go-Go that comes in. And it will always be clicking Horn Leech on me, because it will never Leech Seed a Grass type. So I can switch safely to Breloom on the Horn Leech, and 1v1 it with Breloom. Even if he, like, keeps critting, I 2-hit KO and whatever, right? Maybe barely won't but I'll give it a Silk Scarf as insurance. Silk Scarf, Loom, 1v1s, go Goat. And from there, in should come the Excadrill, who might... Probably Excadrill who sees a kill with Iron Head, based on the damage I've taken. If not, it would still probably be... I don't know how the Explosion AI works. If nothing else, I can maybe stall the Go-Go a little bit, like with like Mach Punch or whatever, because that will never kill. To get a little lower, I'd need to be in Iron Head range, and that is 61.5. Get below 72 HP on Loom to guarantee Exca. Right, in comes Exca. Clicks Iron Head. I need to make sure that I'm not below 50. Get between 50s, like get 50 to 72 HP on Loom to guarantee Exca. I can get a little bit lower because of the heal I will get from Poison Heal. But I do need to be safe on that. If I cannot be safe on that, I'll do a little bit of a pivot somewhere, probably to Talon. Is that safe? No, it's not. Talon can take the Iron Head or the high horsepower, guarantees a Rock Slide because that sees a kill. That is something I can safely switch in Torterra on, because I don't need that much HP on Torterra. Actually, I say I don't need that much. I can just kind of switch Torterra in general if it's not safe. Anyway, I will then switch to... I can do either Pyroar or Arcanine and Sui. I think it's Pyroar on the Iron Head. Yeah, Pyroar on the Iron Head. If potentially another move. Pivot through Tort. Switch in Pyroar, if potentially another move, give pivot through Tort. Pyro will be having the Wise Glasses, and then Flamethrower Okos. Wise Glasses, Pyroar, Okos, Exca. In comes Golem. Right, in comes Golem. We'll be clicking Head Smash or Earthquake, I don't really care. As long as I... No, Torterra can just come in. Takes one move. Even after pivot. Tort Okos with EQ. Is this just guaranteed safe? Let me double check. Okay. First off, the Hippo. We Seed Bomb, we Giga Drain. And we should be at like basically full HP. If I'm not at exactly full HP, but like, I don't know, 95%, that is fine. in comes the Go-Goat, who will click Horn Leech on me. The Breloom takes that, and while poisoned, can take basically everything Go-Goat can do. Clicks, and with the Silk Scarf equipped, Facade is a 2-hit KO after Sandstorm damage and Leftovers recovery, and even with the Horn Leech recovery, it should generally always be fine. I do need to make sure that I'm between 50 and 72 HP. I can do that with like some Mach Punches in between. Correct? If that doesn't quite happen, I still am pretty sure that Golem Alola would like not come in on Breloom ever, because it doesn't see an out damage, and while unless it's Explosion, but Explosion I believe is not factored in. I'm just gonna double check that. Is Explosion damage considered for switch in AI? I believe it's not, but I want to I'll ask in case, just in case. Because if I see the post-KO switch in AI, might as well show it off a little bit here. Like, yeah, it's that with that order, it's like fast KO, slow KO, fast out damage, slow out damage, outspeed, not outspeed, and guaranteed OHKO. So, yeah. But I do believe that Explosion is not factored in for the switch in AI, and if that is true, and I'm pretty sure that is correct, and I did get a person confirming that. Switch. Nope, okay. Explosion is not considered for switch in AI, so I just need to be below 50, above 50. So, as a consequence, I can just kind of 1v1 with 1v1 Go-Go with Facade, and 2 hits is enough. Probably. If not, I can finish it off with Mach Punch, right? In those rare scenarios where that's the case. Then in comes the Excadrill, who will click Iron Head on me. And Pyro can take that, and with the Wise Glasses equipped... Wise Glasses... Flamethrower is a guaranteed OHKO, and I outspeed, so I'm good. It shouldn't ever click Rock Polish. Because if it's slower, then it will never use it. And then finally in comes the Golem, clicking Hedge, like probably random move, but except for Explosion because it's last Mon. Then Torterra can come in, EQ, outspeed, kills. Yes, okay, then we're good. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next fight. And I only need 3 Mons for it, which is weird. I will bring backup, don't get, like, for sure, but... in general, I think this one is just... should be incredibly safe. One thing I probably should check is like items. Lum, air balloon. Yeah, the air balloon doesn't matter. The lumberry doesn't matter on Hippo or on Golem. It might matter on the leftovers on Go-Goat might matter, but in practice probably not. I will also bring along Faulkner. No, I have enough fire types as is. I'll bring Faulkner actually over Hamilton. And I'll bring like, I don't know, Grant? Sure. So we're gonna quickly go to Mauville. As quick as I can muster with this bike. And we're gonna poison. And that should just be on Brassius. Then we're gonna equip everyone their items. Which is the, or is it? Soak Scarf on Brassius. Where is it? The Wise Glasses. Wise Glass, there they are. On Flannery. And that's really all I need. He's like pure damage and not much like secondary effects you need to worry about. So I can just kinda do whatever. Like the rest doesn't need an item. So here we go. Back up we bike. Just get out of the way, you stupid hiker. And there. That. I hope I have the right lead. It shouldn't matter too much because I can just probably switch in. But Ramos, that is the right lead. Okay. Lesson for next time, don't mock bike too much. So, Hippowdon. Hippowdon has Earthquake, Rock Slide, Curse, and Slack Off. I'm gonna Seed Bomb, which deals hefty damage. And he's gonna either Earthquake me, or he's gonna set up its Curse. So an Earthquake me, it's kind of what I figured. And he deals a bit of damage, I don't really care. I'm gonna heal that off with Giga Drain. And we should be at probably like 150-ish, 155-ish. 155 on the dot. Sandstorm keeps on raging. Go-Goat. Go-Goat here is gonna see a Horn Leech as the highest damage, so it's the only move it's gonna use. I'm gonna switch to... I was gonna say I'm gonna switch to Brassius. I might as well, but I'm gonna do it a little bit cheekier. I'm gonna go to Faulkner. Maybe get a burn. Just for fun. Like, this is not... It's not gonna change anything. It's just like... Brassius comes in a little bit higher HP. And I get the burn. Easy dub. Go-Goat here is gonna Rock Slide. Basically guaranteed. And if it's not Rock Slide, it's gonna be Leech Seed. And there we go. Everything done. Brassius comes in on the Rock Slide or the Leech Seed. I don't really care which of the two it is. Rock Slide. Oh no, 7 damage. Okay, I'm just gonna... Boop. And a little bit more. There we go. Everything done. Facade is a 2-hit KO. I'm gonna change the line a little bit further even, because at this point, Brassius being at like basically full HP. Good evening, Atlas. Welcome. I am almost done with the desert of Run and Bun here. The fight that I'm currently fighting is there at the bottom. We have the Go-Goat against us, and the Golem and the Excadrill are still in the back. Right now, I'm gonna Mach Punch the Go-Goat for the kill. And Brassius will be at full HP, which should bait in the Excadrill. Gonna take a little Sand Chip, of course. I think between turns always takes so long. Anyway, how have you been, Atlas? Because I don't think I've seen you around quite a bit. I know that's with reason, but yeah, I was just curious how you were doing. Oh, I have the wrong... Okay. I'm gonna go back to my original plan then, and I'm gonna go to Flannery on the Iron Head. This is a guaranteed Iron Head. Good. Okay, just trying to distract myself in terms of life. Yep, that's life sometimes. I feel that. I've wised the last as flamethrower kills. Bye-bye. Yeah. I did I see you like play Black Ops earlier today, I think? Anyway. Take the Sandstorm Chip. And in comes the Golem as the final one. I've been playing a ton of Black Ops recently. Oh, really? It's not my type of game, so I'm not gonna ask, like, oh, could it be fun for me? But, like, has that actually been fun for you? Because I think that's the most important one. Anyway, Earthquake, bye-bye. And we made it out of the desert. And this Camper Drew completed. And I'm gonna get off the bike just in case. It looks like there's a bit too many fights over there, and there's another trainer over there. I'm not gonna do either of those. I'm gonna quickly run back. Enjoying it. Most player actually have rather orthodox playstyles and been playing a ton of zombies and enjoying it. Oh, really? Nice. I could have had this a while ago. I don't think it would have been useful for anything, but I could have had that a while ago. Oh well. Anyways, TM then. But glad to hear it was it's enjoyable. That's like always a good thing to hear. Alright. So let's go ahead and take a look at this next fight. In the meantime, it is right on over here. We're out of the sand, so I don't need to worry anymore about Sand Chip and like Sand Force and Sand Fail and whatnot. Right now, it's just the next fight against Cool Trainer Wilton, which is with the Scizor, Tangrowth, Golisopod, Noctowl, and Ductrio. There's a lot of bulk over there, and the Ductrio in the back sounds scary. Lurk mode, so I'll have the stream up but muted. Enjoy the bunning and running, and I'll hopefully see you around. Same. Thank you for joining, and thanks for sticking around. You'll hopefully see me do a bit of calking and eventually do a bit more battles. I'll probably I'll try to do something to let you know, but I don't know how much I can do while you're muted. Anyway, let's go take a look at this fight, shall we? So while both the Arcanine and the Pyroar definitely handle the Scizor, the problem is that the Dugtrio comes in after. So you kind of don't want that. So what would be the alternative for Scizor? Something with fire coverage? Do I have fire coverage? I have it on Zorua, but I don't know how helpful that would be. Especially considering you'd probably use Bullet Punch on me, right? Trying to think if there's like any way at all to skirt by the Dugtrio. I think the answer is kind of no, because everything I have, the fire types and the rock types are fat. Like, it's very much a fight where you want the fire types. But it's not quite something you can use here, right? Because of the fact that they bait Dugtrio, and you can't really afford that. If I were to lead with Caracosta, that would bait in, because that would mean he U-turns very likely, and he switches in Tangrowth, which will CA kill with either grass move. And I guess that, like, Executor can take that pretty alright, or Amoonguss. Amoonguss sees a kill even. Interesting. That would bait in the Scizor again, which I can go back to Caracosta for. Take another U-turn, yeah, but then all of a sudden this does just kind of not help, right? Because at that point, Dugtrio would come in and CA kill with Earthquake, and I cannot afford that. So the closest to a maybe I have is like Talonflame for Scizor, because it can just kind of take the dual wing beat alright, roost it off, and wait for the burn, and then once it's burned, kind of whittle it down, and that would bait slow kill. It would bait Golisopod, I wager, with Seize slow kill, but I can then acrobatics it out before it does anything, so sure. It might first impression, but in practice it won't. No, it won't. So I acrobatics it, and that's good. That would then bait in the Noctowl? Maybe? Depends on my HP, I guess. Either Noctowl or Dugtrio. And for Dugtrio specifically, I can switch in, like, Torterra. Problem is, Torterra is really weak into, like, most of the, like, the rest of the team. Looking at Tangrowth, looking at Golisopod. Noctowl. Yeah. Is Raichu faster? No. Okay. Because I think Raichu can kind of handle... Oh, it cannot quite handle the Noctowl as good as I thought it could. Same with Ampharos, really. Arcanine does. And Oko's. It also finishes off the Golisopod, which it will see. And so it will be Tangrowth that comes in, and like once a if I can bait the Dugtrio in while not actually fearing the Dugtrio, which is effectively Talonflame, I might be able to handle this. I think that's how I would lead this. So Talonflame leads, because Scizor will always click Dual Wing Beat because it's the highest damaging move. And I can just kind of roost that off. I Acrobatics turn 1, then I roost it off. If I were to get crit, high roll on Dual Wing Beat, 122, so 112. I'd be at 25 HP. And that is still within Bullet Punch range. Dang it. Okay. But it would need to be double crit. Okay, so, but that is not quite good enough. And a Torterra lead, of course, also isn't quite the option I wanted to be. Oh, I know. No, wait. I see it. I lead with, like, something that baits U-turn. I pivot to Talonflame. That baits in the Golisopod. Afterwards, it would be the Scizor that comes back in, clicking Dual Wing Beat. I can maybe do the same thing again with, like, Raichu, for example. No, because then I also bait Knockoff, which is fine. I think as long as I'm not, like, in Hurricane range for Noctowl, which I can probably kind of manage against the Scizor, the Dugtrio would come in and I can handle it with... I can switch in Torterra or Breloom to handle it. Also maybe bait Bullet Punch. If I can bait a Bullet Punch, that would also not be bad. There's also Crook, right? Which does do a fair bit of damage. Still baits the U-turn, does the intimidating. then that would bait in the Golisopod, who sees a slow kill. But Talonflame Acrobatics forces it out from emergency exit. That would rebait in the Scizor, because that sees a slow out damage. Whereas the rest sees... Oh no, wait, that would already bait in Ductrio, because Ductrio will see a slow kill. That's the one. That's the one that's how I do it. Okay, I think it's time to write. So, what did I say? I said, U-turn, baiting lead. Crook. Switched Talon. Bait Golis. Switch Acrobatics, because Acrobatics, I have to make him itemless, but Acrobatics forces Golis out. In comes Doug. Focus Sash switching. Pretty sure. Yeah, because Ductrio sees it has a Focus Sash. So because it sees that it holds a Focus Sash, it knows that I can't Oko it, and he can Oko me, so it will see a slow kill. Ductrio will come in. Switch to Tort on Stone Edge, Tort, or I don't know, Breloom, like one of those three basically, but in practice probably Breloom or Torterra. I think Torterra would be my switch in, or Breloom would be my switch in. I Seed Bomb and Mach Punch I kill. Switch in Tort or Loom on Stone Edge. Stone Edge. 2-hit KO. Doug. In comes... If I were to go with Breloom, in comes the Scizor, who sees an outspeed, and no, it's a slow kill. And Noctowl is a fast kill, so Noctowl would come in. If it's Torterra, it would be... also be Noctowl, because fast out damage. Maybe Golisopod, because fast kill. And the same goes for Breloom. Because Golisopod might see slow kill, but if it does, it's just like guaranteed first impression. Maybe Leech Life. I go to Talon again and just handle it. And from there, the fire types can kind of run amok, right? From there, Arcanine can just kind of sweep. Probably. Arcanine with Flamethrower. Flamethrower kills Tangrowth. Outspeeds and Okos with Rock Slide against the Noctowl. Outspeeds and KOs a Scizor. It does need to take like a Bullet Punch and a Power Whip. That is quite a bit of damage. Maybe even more, so that is a bit finicky, but if nothing else, I can also bring along a Moongus for Tangrowth What are words? A Moongus for Tangrowth specifically. I will need to give a Chesto to Arcanine just in case with Hypnosis. But I wager if it's Loom, I would have taken 2 EQ, Stone Edge, an EQ, and that's it. If it's Tort, it's Stone Edge, EQ, EQ, but I can also Giga Drain off whatever it does. So I basically for Torterra, I'll be at like 80% at worst, and then it's gonna be always knocked out, clicking maybe Hurricane, maybe Hyper Voice, doesn't quite matter, I can switch in. No, I want to make sure that it is in fact Hurricane that I switch in, so I give it a Person Berry. And I won't see the Hypnosis, right? Yeah. Yeah, so I think it's gonna be Tort, and Tort needs to make sure that it's below 60%, so it's gonna just eat the Stone Edge, eat the EQ, because it needs to be below, what did I say, 63%? So, Stone Edge, EQ at most deals 29.2, 38, 39%. That is in a range of Hurricane. So, yeah, just make him not use Giga Drain, use Seed Bomb instead. Because that will bait in like guaranteed Noctowl, who sees a fast kill. So I'm gonna go with Tort here. Tokyo Doug. With Seed Bomb. In comes Noctowl. Switch to Hark. Oko on Hurricane. Oko with Rock Slide. Slide. In comes Stang. The Stang Growth is the only one that isn't Oko'd by it. But because I need to keep him decently healthy, I probably... Not to mention that like Hurricane crit into Power Whip crit is a chance to kill. So that is where I switch to Amoonguss on the Power Whip and Sludge Bomb twice for kill. Tang. Switch to Amoon. And 1v1. And that should be Scizor coming back in, which I can take with Arcanine. Can I? No, I cannot take the Bullet Punch that's coming after, is the issue. I could take the Dual Wing Beat, bait the Bullet Punch into Talon. Or alternatively, which is probably the better idea, bring Pyroar as a backup. Then switch in Arcanine on the Dual Wing Beat. Then Pyroar on the Bullet Punch. Who can take it, take another KO. And then all that will be left is the Golisopod, who I might need to switch for. maybe like switch from Amoongus to Talon for the kill. Worst case scenario, like... Because I would have to take the liquidation. I mean, I can do something else that baits the U-turn, right? Something that can handle the liquidation, like Executor Alola, maybe? No, wait, that also baits Dual Wing Beat. Something that can take the liquidation and baits U-turn. I mean, Caracosta kind of works, but it's not guaranteed, right? So... Krook is probably the best option there. But Krook cannot take the liquidation for the life of him. Mariana? Mariana can take the liquidation and guarantees the U-turn. Actually, yeah, no, I'll go Mariana then. So, let's go over this. Double check everything I have. First up, we see Scizor. We lead with the Mariana, intimidating it. It's not really the reason why. More importantly, he clicks U-turn on me. We switch to Talonflame on the U-turn, which baits in the Golisopod, who sees a slow kill with liquidation. We are faster though, and it will not click first impression there, I believe. I will double check, but I believe that's the case. Nope, it will not click first impression there, so that's not something to worry about. Lead Mariana. Yeah, again, that baits in the slow-killing Golisopod, and then the Acrobatics switches it out with through emergency exit. That should bait in, if I'm not mistaken, the Ductrio. If what I've read is correct, it should know that it has a Sash, and therefore know that it isn't getting one-hit KO'd by the Talonflame. If it does not see that, we should be good. If it does see it, I am in trouble. Because I don't quite have the line to work through it if he doesn't see it. But that feels like a way, something I should know. So, I've seen... like, every answer I can find is that it does see it has a Focus Sash, so I'm going to assume that is right. So if it sees the Focus Sash, that after Talonflame takes out the Golisopod, the Ductrio should always come in, because it sees a kill with Stone Edge. Noctowl will not see a kill, Tangrowth will not see a kill, Scizor will not see a kill. So it has to be Doug. Doug comes in, and because we are Flying type, we're not trapped by Arena Trap, we can switch safely to Torterra, take the Stone Edge, use Seed Bomb while he, maybe Home Claws, maybe... I don't quite know. Looking at it... I can't quite guarantee that I am in Noctowl's Hurricane range, I guess. That said, though, if I'm guaranteed to not be in Hurricane range, which is an option. I can choose to guarantee not be in it, so Hurricane will see a kill. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Giga Drain, because I will heal off the damage dealt the first 2 turns guaranteed. And if he's +1 Earthquaking, then only max rolls put me in range of Hurricane. Okay, so I cannot quite guarantee it. Is there a way that I can? I don't think there is. Actually, 40... Because what's the most damage you can do? 126. So I have 30... What is that? 38 to spare? So that's a lot of rolls where it can see the kill. So I should instead try to get in the attack range. Get in the Hurricane range. Get below... What is it again? Below 104. Even a +6 Earthquake is not threatening enough, so... I can just maybe kind of stall. Wait for a Home Clause. Because if he's at +1... Would Breloom then be an option instead, maybe? Breloom is then the better option for the very simple reason that Breloom guarantees the Hurricane. And if it's not Hurricane, then Hyper Voice or Heat Wave. I can take the Stone Edge crit and the Earthquake crit. Yeah, I can take that just fine. And considering nothing else on that team outspeeds me except for the Noctowl, I'll always bait in Noctowl. Okay, I'm gonna do it with... Switch to Loom on Stone Edge. And just KO it. Then I guarantee Noctowl comes in. I can switch to Hisuian Arcanine on a Hurricane, Oko with Rock Slide, because I outspeed and KO. I give it the Person Berry to ensure that nothing goes wrong. If he gets the Blunder Policy trick, Blunder Policy proc, that would be troublesome. But even if that were to happen, I don't need Hisuian Arcanine for anything else specifically. So he just kind of needs to sit through it. So hopefully just take the Hurricane and not get Hypnosis. Right? I'd rather risk the Blunder Policy than the Hurricane. I'd rather risk the Blunder Policy than the Confusion, I wager. If he does confuse me, he technically has a 3-hit KO. And with this current lineup, I wouldn't have a switch in for Hurricane. So I would just kind of have to eat that chance. But that is a 20%, right? Yeah, 20% chance to go awry then. And it's a 20%, it's like a 10% chance to go awry. And it's even less because Hypnosis can also miss. It's a 7% chance to go awry, and even then, because of sleep turns, I take one sleep turn, take another sleep turn, and then third. So I'd at most have to take 3. No, I'd have to take 2 moves then, because the first one would have missed. So it has that sounds incredibly unlikely, all things considered. You'd have to first get the Hurricane miss on the switch in, then the Hypnosis hit on the first turn, then the Hurricane has to get the Hurricane Confusion twice for it to matter. Because I cannot, or I need to get 3 sleep turns, that's also a thing, right? What's the sleep AI for this again? The mechanics changes. Sleep. I can assume Gen 8 mechanics. Okay, so sleep. Status condition of sleep. In Gen 8, it lasts 1 to 3 turns. So 1, I'd either wake up after 1 turn, wake up after 2 turns, or wake up after 3 turns. No, I'd either wake up after 2, after 3, or after 4. Right? Yeah. Because if it's like, if you assume rest, yeah, so I'd potentially have to take 3 Hurricanes, and that only becomes a problem if 2 of them crit, or 2 of them confuse. So if I'm asleep, and I need just 1 turn. But if I miss that, I would just kind of lose. So you'd hope to like maybe bait different moves. Based on the damage I take, if I just give it no... If I don't pre-status Breloom, which I can do, I can also get into like at least Heatwave range and maybe Hyper Voice range. If I'm at like... So then it's already a 50-50, right? Because then the Heatwave and if the Heatwave misses, can it miss? I think Heatwave cannot even miss. Heatwave cannot miss, okay. So if I can make sure that if I get Breloom as low as possible, so it's in Heatwave and or Hyper Voice range, then it would mean that the odds are even lower. There becomes a 1 in 3 for that to go like on top of it. And I think the odds are stacking so damn high that I think I should be fine handling it with Arcanine if the first Hurricane were to miss and you get like all the worst luck in the world. There is a potential chance for this to go completely off the rails then, but I don't think I can quite combat that. No, I straight up cannot. Okay, so switch Hisuian Arcanine on Hurricane. I'll go with Slide. If things go wrong, just press through. In comes Tangrowth. Switch to Amoonguss and 1v1. If I am getting low on HP, it would be that Scissor comes in instead. No, it won't, because it will always see that I can outspeed an Oko. And the same will go for Golisopod at that point. So Arcanine, it will always be Tangrowth that comes in. I can switch to Amoonguss on whatever it clicks, which is probably one of the grass moves, and 1v1 it. Sludge Bomb 2 it KOs. And if he if I start getting into crit ranges, I can heal. Stay above, what is it? 82 HP. And if it looks like I'm getting close to that, I need to synthesis first. In practice, that probably should not happen, but you know, yeah. And then from there in comes the Scissor, who will see a kill. Comes the Scissor, who sees kill with dual Wing Beat. Hopefully, I'm able to switch in Hisuian Arcanine on the dual Wing Beat. And most scenarios, I should be able to. And from there, it will Bullet Punch me because it will see that I can outspeed and KO. Even if I'm at like 1 HP, it should always still go for the Bullet Punch, because it's like almost always the highest damaging move. If it's like, if I'm at like 53 HP, there's a tiny chance it clicks Knockoff instead. That's whatever. I just make sure that Pyro has no item, because he can take, and then he can take the Knockoff just as well as he can take the Bullet Punch. And Flamethrower kills, and then in comes the Golisopod. Either the Flamethrower kills, or if it doesn't, he will liquidate me. I can go to Breloom and or Amoonguss on the liquidation, bait a bug move, go to Talonflame and KO. So he's killed with dual Wing Beat. Okay. I will need to freewheel it a tiny bit, but I think that it works. Switch in Hark. Switch in High Roar. KO with Flamethrower. In comes Golis. Either guaranteed kill or switch to Moon on liquidation. Switch to Talon on Leech Life. Oh, but it may be possible that I hope I don't get into Rock Slide range. I think with Breloom in particular, I should be able to deny that. But that does require me to keep Breloom at a decently high HP. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because as long as I don't get too low, he won't see Rock Slide as a kill. If he does, I'll do like a pivot, maybe sack Mighty Yen or something. Then Talonflame should be able to KO from there. Each life, KO. I think we are ready. And that means we're gonna grab the team, which comprises of 3 fire types. Hamilton, Faulkner, and Flannery. And Nana will be coming along. And who was the last one I needed? Janine. That's everyone I need. And then we're going to give everyone their items. You're going to need to get rid of that. You are this, this, this. If I'm being honest, I don't think I even need any items. Maybe I'll give you an Orin. I did need a Persim on Hamilton. Pardon me. Nana doesn't need anything. Barasius doesn't really need anything. I'll give it an Orin as insurance. And Pyroar, I'll also give an Orin as insurance, but in general that should not be necessary. I'm not going to do that, that should just not be necessary. Then here we go, and we're going to continue towards that fight. I'm deliberately not poisoning Breloom because I think I want to get it a little bit lower. And I think I should be able to handle that. This fight mostly if it doesn't have the poison heal. Because, like, the main point of RNG is the baiting of moves done after Breloom is donezo. Like, is that true per se? Yes, that is true. That's like the only point of like extreme RNG that could go awry. Because for the Golisopod specifically, can basically Janine should be able to be quite healthy and thus always bait the bug move. Yeah. Alright, then this should be the team, and we're ready for the fight. Here we go. Double check that I have the right lead. I do. Then here we go. Show me how much you've toughened your Pokemon. Sure. Cool Trainer Wilton, who leads with the Scizor. I'm intimidating the Scizor once. It's not that I want the Intimidate specifically, it's more so that I want to bait the U-turn. And that U-turn is going to go into Faulkner. If I get a burn here, that gets rid of, like, the scariest Mon in this fight. Second scariest. It's fine. In comes Golisopod. Golisopod sees a slow kill with Liquidation. However, our acrobatics is faster and we'll pivot it out. Bye-bye. Or it crits and Gallistopod is just gone. That is honestly perfectly fine. Because this should bait in Dugtrio, right? Perfect. Okay. Dugtrio sees a kill with Stone Edge. Brassius can take the Stone Edge. And I will Seed Bomb the Dugtrio while he Earthquakes me. That's fine. And that is honestly perfect range for where I want to be. And as such, I'm just gonna KO the Dugtrio with Mach Punch. Is that true, or do I want it to be a little bit lower? I want to be a little bit lower, preferably. So I'm gonna take another. By getting this low in HP, Oranberry was probably excessive, but this baits in the Noctowl clicking a random attacking move. Hyper Voice, Heat Wave, or Hurricane. We wanted to not click Hurricane, or if it does, for it to hit. Hamilton can take every single move and outspeeds and KOs. However, because it has a blunder policy, if Hurricane were to miss, it might outspeed me and things can go awry from there. Generally speaking, I should be fine, but it can go awry. We're gonna see how it goes. Hopefully it's just Hyper Voice a Heat Wave, and we're just kind of only risk in this fight is done. That is fine too. Hurricane hit. That is like the second best outcome. We had a Person Berry in case it would confuse, so that would not have been a problem. Right now, Rock Slide outspeeds, kills, Noctowl. Good. This one is done. That's the main scare. This will bait in the Tangrowth, who is the only one who will not be killed in one shot of the two Mons left. There we go. And therefore we can switch out. This is going to be a guaranteed grass move. And I was going to say I'm going to switch to Janine on that, but I think yeah, I'm going to stick to my plan. I'm going to switch in Janine here. Take the Leaf Storm or the Power Whip. It was Leaf Storm, okay. I'm pretty sure it could have been either or. No, actually, no. I'm pretty sure that should have been Power Whip. Doesn't quite matter for me, because that just kind of makes this fight even safer. Janine, Sludge Bombs. I take a knockoff, okay. I lose the Oranberry, yeah. I should have not given it the Oranberry, it was wasteful. But Sludge Bomb here's a 2 KO, no matter what. Knock off one more. And that is Tangrowth down. I'm at 73 HP. And that means... okay, that means... here, with the Scissor coming in, it's guaranteed to click dual Wing Beat. Hamilton can take a dual Wing Beat and baits Bullet Punch or Knockoff. I don't really care which. Actually, as a matter of fact, it should always bait Bullet Punch because it sees that I outspeed and kill. On 65 HP, no move would kill, so it's always going to click Bullet Punch here. Flannery can take that Bullet Punch and then KOs with Flamethrower. Flamethrower and we're done. Bullet Punch one more time. It's futile. We've made it through. That was clean. I was content with that fight. Wilton is willed down. So much to be learned from your training style. Then the next fight would be Black Belt Daisuke. However you pronounce that. In any case, that is not you. So I can just kind of say, hi, what are you doing? Try to make a secret base. And he's gone. There's the black belts. There's 2 more trainers before we make it to the next route. So we're gonna quickly run back. And as you can tell, I'm not very good at using the mock bike. Okay, get a heal in. I'm gonna take another quick drink break, and I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Alrighty. So, first off, I'm back, got a drink, and we should be good to go. Second, let's go take a look at this next fight. Simeon, Throw, and Heracross. The main issue is going to be how to take down the Pissimian while making sure that I can get in Talonflame safely after. Because if I can, Talonflame acrobatics for kill against Heracross, outspeeds and kills, and Talonflame 2 KOs the throw with ease. So it's just about how to get rid of the Passimian, and how to do it in a way that's safe. Because let me tell you, it's not Masquerade. Air Slash will not kill, and because of the +1 from the Intimidate, we'd be in trouble. It's also not Talonflame itself, because Talonflame doesn't see a kill with acrobatics. The Passimian is surprisingly bulky on the physical end. Not so much on the special end, but Orbeetle is a bit too weak. How much does this take from acrobatics? 50%, 75%. Okay, so the first thing that came to my mind was to lead with something that can, like, chip it while baiting a specific move. The main one that I would look at would be actually maybe Raichu. Problem is that bait's knockoff, right? I need to deal, like, if I want to get the KO with Talonflame on Passimian, I need to deal 30%. I need to preferably come in on ACC or a knockoff, because that way I'm safe against the Facade. Why does this throw have recover? Excuse me? Oh, the sand is, by the way, done. Though I can also kind of use Orbeetle there. I guess Orbeetle also kind of works into throw, specifically. With 2 Psychics, it just kind of outspeeds and kills. It doesn't because of the Citrus though, but maybe with Wise Glasses? 62.4, because I need to deal 125%, right? That is exactly enough, I think. Let's see, it's 216 and 173 plus 173. 216. Yeah, okay, so 2 Psychics with a Wise Glasses for Orbeetle are exactly enough. I just need to make sure not to use it into Passimian. But for Passimian specifically, I'm looking at, like, honestly, Torterra. Problem is the moves it baits, right? Yeah, the problem would be the moves that it baits. And with Kingdra, because there's very few options I have, right? Ampharos is dead to a crit. Mamo dies. Like, a lot of these are... I'm not very good into the fighting rock flying coverage combo. Pardon me. There's only basically 2 mons that can safely take a hit. And those are Kingdra, who can guarantee a close combat guarantee live a crit close combat, but as a consequence, dies like baits random move. That doesn't have to be an issue because Dragon Pulse 2-hit KOs. Because at -1, it deals at minimum 62%. And then on neutral, it deals 42. And with Passimian having no item, that does mean 2 Dragon Pulse in a row kill. That will bait him Heracross though, clicking a random move. And Talonflame can just barely live the Retaliate, actually? Wait a second. Okay, never mind. Okay, then this is... Okay, then it's safe. Then this becomes a lot easier. Because then it's just a simple matter of lead Kingdra. Don't give it any item. You don't need to. Just Dragon Pulse, KO. That baits in Heracross, who outspeeds and KOs with a random move. Talonflame can take the random move, because it's not burnt yet, but the Retaliate will be at full power. So it's going to be one of these 3 moves. And Retaliate deals 136 damage at most. And I outspeed and KO with acrobatics every single time. Heck, I can give him Muscle Band and Aerial Ace kills, but whatever. Then in comes the Throw, who will click random move between Facade and Circle Throw. I can have Orbeetle and Masquerain in the back, probably. And have either of those two, like, 1v1 for the kill. I'll give a Wise Glass to Orbeetle, and, like, Masquerain gets, I don't know, gets to do it without. And I need to specifically not bring anything else, probably, because of the fact that Circle Throw brings out a random Mon, and I prefer not to see any of those random Mons, right? I think so. It means I can't quite bring a backup strategy, of course, but I shouldn't need it. Yeah, no, this should be everything I need. The only thing I could consider is bringing Raichu Alola as well, but... Except, no, because once one of those two is, like, brought in, I'm guaranteed to not see Circle Throw anymore. And both of them can just kind of take the Circle Throw with no issue whatsoever. Okay, sure. Then I think this is everything I need. Oh. I need to probably make a document for that, but whatever. That's not an issue for right now. Okay, I'm gonna get the team. I should be battle ready. I'm gonna bring Viola, Berg, Claire, and only Faulkner. There we go. Quickly grab your item. You are gonna need the Wise Glasses. And Viola is gonna get nothing. The Wise Glasses are there to ensure that specifically Orbital can 2-hit KO. And through the desert we went. That's still blocked off. There's our next fight. Double check that I have the right lead. Claire should be the lead, that is correct. And from here we should be ready to go. I'm going to make one last double check. Okay, that's good. Alright, I think this is where we say here we go. Let's move to train myself to challenge all whom I meet. That is good to know. I'm going to beat you. Passimian, who has close combat, rock slide, knockoff, and acrobatics. Most of my team could not take the hits from this guy. Claire is the only one that can live a crit close combat and 2-hit KO back. And she does so using Dragon Pulse here, outspeeding and dealing only like 40%. And then close combat brings it down to -1 special defense, meaning the follow-up Dragon Pulse deals at least 60%, making sure that it's enough. And that's the KO. So far so good. This should bait in the Heracross, who outspeeds and sees a kill with a random move between Retaliate, Mega Horn, and Close Combat. Yes. Faulkner can take all 3 of those, and in fact, Retaliate deals exactly 136 damage, at most with a high roll crit. Faulkner is also faster and will OHKO with Acrobatics. Or it just does close combat, and we don't actually have to worry about that. It loses some defense and special defense. It did not need that. And it was burned here thanks to the flame orb it's holding. Acrobatic skills. Thank you. Next. Finally, in comes the throw. There were some rare scenarios where the Talonflame, where Faulkner could have some trouble against it. Right now, those aren't really relevant. We're just gonna click Acrobatics. It might bulk up here, it might facade here. It doesn't really matter, because Acrobatics should be a 2-hit KO. And the facade here, if it burns it, doesn't matter, because I outspeed anyway. And that means that he didn't actually bulk up and could maybe live the second Acrobatics. And there we go. This was a quick one. But Talonflame just kind of sits on this fight in particular. Okay, I want to make sure that I know where the final trainer is. It's over there. Okay. Let's get some items. 59 orange berries. That's always good. Then over here we have 57. Almost the same amount. Cute. Then we have some citrus berries. 31. Nice. I believe that's like the second highest roll you can get. No, it's not, but it's still a high roll. Beautiful. And finally, these are lumberries. 23 of them. Ooh. That's also a high roll. Nice. They're more like they're pretty much backup items, but yeah. Then here we have a healing room, which is nice. And we had an uptick in smuggled Marowak bones recently. He's been deputized some Pokemon, and he can learn new Embargo. Nice move, very gimmicky, or very niche. It's probably the best way to describe it. And we're also going to go up here, because if you've been paying attention, and I have, there is a flying type Pokemon. Do you have any flying type Pokemon? I do. I get dual Wing Beat. Ooh, that is a good move. And here we get the Sharp Beak. Beautiful. I'll take those off of my list in a little bit. For now, the next fight is right there. The last one before we get another new encounter. It's always exciting. Where is my trainer battle list? There it is. Okay, let's get rid of you. And the last one for Route 111. Cool Trainer Brook. My goodness. It is a Hail Team, permanent Hail, with, first off, a Vanillix with Blizzard, Freeze Dry, Ice Shard, Explosion, and then just a bunch of, like, Ice Power and Fire Power to follow it up. Let's go take a look at what we can build. For the Vanillix in particular, I wager Pyroar or Arcanine can probably OHKO it before it can do anything lethal. And by anything lethal, I basically mean blow up. And both should bait in. Let's double check. The Arcanine baits in Tentacruel, but the Pyroar baits in the superpowering Beartic. I'll have to look and see which is better to come up against. First off, we will see I'm gonna go with the Surf route first. Which means Tentacruel comes in, clicks Surf. I can switch in maybe... Probably my best bet is Orbeetle. It will be in Hail though, so... Raichu is also an option. He takes a Surf alright. You can click Fake Out on it, then Psychic, but he might be dead to Poison Jab crit. Preferably you kind of like not get those Toxic Spikes up early, right? So I think this should be the Pyro line. Because if you go... that line, that means Beartic comes in first and will click Superpower on me. Which I've got something that can take that very well in Masquerain. Meaning he will be at -2 attack and -1 defense. That will still bait Rock Slide. Or, yeah, it will bait Rock Slide every single time. Which, for example, Breloom can take, but that doesn't really do anything back. I think it has to be Dreadnought that comes in then on that and takes it out with the Rock Slide. Or Rock Tomb, doesn't quite matter. This baits in... I believe it's Magmortar that comes in then. It might be Tentacruel. I need to double check. If it's max HP from the Rock Slide plus Superpower, it would be like 60-ish%. So Surf would be a kill. There's also the idea of finally getting Avalok in here. I think Avalok genuinely would be very good here. Okay, that's not true. Into everything but the Ice Mons, which, yeah. If only into the Ice Mons, I mean. For the Dugong specifically, Mamo just kind of walls and 1v1s and is not afraid of the hill. It also... No, it only needs to do that. Anyway, I was there. So I know I would take... -1, -2. Because I would see Rock Slide. Dealing like 18 to 22, and also Hill Chip and Superpower. Oh, it's not it's -1, not -2. Okay, so I would see the Tentacruel come in and clicking Surf. My best bet is probably Amoonguss baiting Blizzard. The Tentacruel is a bit fast for me, for my team. This is rough. I guess Orbeetle comes in then? But with the Hill Chip, it is a 3-hit KO, 1 Surf, and Psychic does hurt a fair bit, so I'm not sure how good that is. It's probably the best option I have. It's either this or it's Raichu, right? Man, if only I had kept Psyshock, because I think that would have killed. Yeah, Psyshock would have killed. Oh well. I guess Raichu can come in on the Surf somewhat. No, not really. Not good enough. Kingdra can wall, apparently? But it cannot do much back is the thing. That's the main thing you're looking for, right? Ways to hurt it back. Maybe Ampharos, because Ampharos can still learn, like, Thunder Punch, right? Okay, that difference is not all that big, so... But also, I'd be dead to Surf Crit into non-Surf Crit with all the recoil I'd be taking from... of all the Hill Chip I'd be taking. Trying to think if there's anything that this Tentacruel in particular is just kind of ridiculously scary for me. be in KO range. I'd be like 50%, 40%. Only if it's a guaranteed kill. If it's not, it's very likely going to toxic spikes me. Yeah. Okay, so I'd have to be in kill range for Tentacruel, which is not unlikely, but not something I want to risk too much. Right, so... like, Orbital's probably my best bet for Tentacruel, but... okay, let's start writing some things. Pyroar... I have to look at the Wise Glasses. Oh, that is a range. That is not good. So I'd have to go with the Arcanine and Sui line, because Pyroar is not safe enough. The Heartstone, but then Arcanine Hisui. Oko's Vanillux with Slide. Bates. Tenta Surf. What can take that Surf? I don't, like, the closest I have are like water types. Dread, I guess. But Dread cannot take that Surf. Not to mention, I kind of need Dread for Beartick. I might be able to do something else against Beartick, but I'll look at that later. For now, let's see if I could handle it with Dreadnought. The answer is no, because I cannot lower its speed. And I'd have to take 3 Surfs. While also potentially seeing Toxic Spikes. That is just not something I can handle. Kingdra does come in on that Surf just fine. And 4 hit KOs with Dragon Pulse, I guess. But that is a 4 hit KO once again. And like Surf into Blizzard is probably a KO with the Hill Chip. I've got a Pure Water type in Octillery, but that won't like the Poison Jab too much. I guess I'd have to take it with take it on with Kingdra. Give it a Wise Glasses. That won't actually matter much, because I'd still be like only 50-50 to 3 hit KO. I guess the better item would be an Aspear to deny the freezes. But he'd probably be setting up Toxic Spikes, right? What is the AI for that? Because I don't quite believe this one. First turn out 8 or 9, else 6 or 7. If at least one of the corresponding spikes is up already, score is lowered by 1. Gotcha. I could put Kingdra low to bait the Blizzard, but what can I do with that? Because Krook is just kind of, it's too slow and KO'd by crit Surf. Torterra is in a range to kill from Blizzard. There's no way in hell that I use that. Breloom's in a range to kill from Blizzard. Exegalola is in a range to kill from Blizzard. I guess right now, if only I had the normal one. I didn't quite notice the poison, like the poor poison matchup, I guess. Let's worry about this one a little later. For now, like my closest idea right now would be a way to get Ampharos in, I guess. That is the closest to able to handle it. Sort of. Not really, if I'm being honest. Surf crits would hurt. Anyway. For the... Because the problem is then the poison spikes, right? The toxic spikes. And I don't want to risk seeing Surf. Because there's a 5% chance. Yeah, 2.5% chance. That does check out. Let's look in the backline, what I can do, what I need to do. If I can, okay, so against the Mech Mortar, if I can get Arcanine in on anything but Scorching Sands, I KO with Rock Slide. Arc H, KOs, Mech Mortar can come in on anything but Scorching Sands. Scorching Sands. With Intim support, Dread can 1v1 Beartic. Assuming I guess in the same vein Kingdra can also do it, but I'm using Arcanine anyway, so yeah. Non-poisoned Mamo can 1v1 Dugong. Because it cannot be poisoned, it cannot be frozen. It can be crit, but even then there's no protect incentive because you... Let's see. Yeah, basically... You'll not see Protect, you'll barely see Substitute. Yeah, you'll barely ever see Substitute. And when you do, you don't really mind it too much. I get that this is like the stall rain, the evil, the devilish stall rain, but as a dugong. But yeah, non-poisoned Mammo, or a poisoned Mammo with a Pecha Berry, so non-poisoned Mammo can 1v1 dugong. Basically, every time, and even with like some crits here and there. If I get crit by Blizzard, that means he isn't attacking me, and that means Stomping Tantrum will deal hefty damage, and therefore I should probably be fine. If I use it like 70, all of a sudden the Protect goes up. Goes to 60, 50. Yeah, and like I don't mind the Protect turns too much, because they are just... they're not gonna change my outcome too much. So I can also... so that is kind of the case as well. Arcanine can do it, or Mammo can do it. I also see Breloom has a potential kill. So if I can get Breloom in on a drill run, and exclusively and specifically a drill run, then a Miracle Seed boosted, not Miracle Seed. Seed Bomb also kills. Miracle Seed, Seed Bomb. Also, not to mention, I don't mind the poison with Breloom. So actually, that is probably a pretty good bring. It's also good to finish off Bertic if need be. If it wasn't so slow, it'd be good into Vanillux. But yeah, Breloom can 1v1 Dugong. Seed Bomb from Loom KOs. Loom coming in on Drill Run. Okos. Gong. Yeah, Loom in on Drill Run would be able to handle this. So one of those two would be my answer for that. I also see Torterra is kind of the same deal, but like, why would you use Torterra when you could just use Breloom, right? It doesn't quite matter for what you bait. Yeah, it doesn't quite matter for what you bait. What I really need is a ground move bait, which I guess Arcanine is. Arcanine really is that. And based on the ordering, it's most likely that the Dugong is to come in last, I wager. So, yeah. But between these, like these three, and one of those two is kind of mandatory. That's what I know now. For Bertic specifically, I don't quite have a good answer. The closest to a fine answer would be Caracosta, but at that point, Dreadnought. Right? I guess I can double up on them, but I don't know what Dreadnought can do to help with Tentacruel. I guess that is maybe where Mammo can do some... No, because I'd be dead to crit. The closest to an answer I have to Tentacle would be Orbital. Because I'd need to see 2 Surf crits to kill. I would come in on a Surf. Could I make sure that I don't come in on a Surf? Like maybe on a Blizzard or Poison Jab? Probably with a Breloom pivot. Yeah, with a Breloom pivot I can guarantee I come in on Blizzard instead. Because it's no longer the first turn out. I'd have taken the Surf, healed up a bit, and I'm basically still in Blizzard range. I should always be in Blizzard range from there. So I can come in on the Blizzard. I would need to have an Aspir Berry, I guess, as insurance, or pre-burn Orbital. Pre-burning Orbital could work, but I'd take a lot of chip. I'd take too much chip damage, probably. I think. My other option would be Raichu. No, but Raichu, like, the issues that permeate with Orbital are also there with Raichu. So I don't think that will make a difference. The only thing I can think of is that maybe, keyword being maybe, I can kind of take out the Tentacle before it does anything, as opposed to after it does anything. This is another ground side bait, so in that sense it's good, but it's frail as fuck. So yeah, I can't quite guarantee that it's gonna click Scorching Sands here, or that it clicks Drill Run there. I think it's time to start writing beyond what I just did in terms of writing, and make like a proper plan. So, you'd see the Surf. What do? I could go to Kingdra, have it be low to bait Poison Jab or Blizzard. Because I'd still see Toxic Spike. It could also just let the Toxic Spikes go, because I don't think they will matter too much for everything but specifically the Dugong, for which it's fine because I will be, like, I have an answer for that. And the odds are very likely that because he will, against Orbital, it's not unlikely for it to click Toxic Spike. 70% chance one turn. Psychic, and then Psychic again. But what if I were to get Surfed 3 times? If I get Surfed 3 times, it dies, basically. Orbital would die. But I have that one pivot, so it's not the biggest deal. I can make it Blizzard Surf. Which, I mean, if there's a bunch of crits, I'd still be in trouble. Zoroark does surprisingly well in terms of damage. about... yeah. I should look at, like, strong physical mons that I have. See if there's one that I can kind of help out that way instead. Yeah, Mamo can, but Mamo can't come in. That's too risky with the surf. I can teach Raichu Alola Thunder Punch. Right, so... would that make a difference? Oh, that makes a whole lot of difference. Give this a muscle band. Even at 47, Fake Out plus Thunder Punch kills. And I can take one crit surf even. Yeah, that's it. And I still have Thunderbolt and Discharge. So I can still... I want to replace one of those two anyway. I don't quite know which yet. The answer to that is probably Thunderbolt. I think it's it's Discharge probably, because I don't think. Nah, it could be either. I don't quite know. But then Muscle Band Raichu Alola with Fake Out and Thunder Punch does handle Tentacruel all of a sudden. Yeah. But then this becomes doable. Because you deny him any Toxic Spikes, thanks to Fake Out Thunder Punch's killing. And what would this bait? This would bait Beartic clicking Icicle Spear or Superpower or Rock Slide. Probably. So I need like a good sturdy wall for that. And the closest to that I have would be... I was gonna say Caracasa, but that evidently doesn't work. Avalugg, but like, no. If I can help it. It's not quite Masquerain either. Orbital, maybe? Unironically, Orbital, maybe. No, because Icicle Spear. I don't want to just sack a randomly here. Can I make sure that it's better? That it goes better? I can give it a Citrus. And I'd need to take 3 turns of Hill Chip. So 3 turns of Hill Chip on a 127 HP. Mon is 7, barely. Seven plus 76, so I'd have to take 83 damage. I'd be at 44 plus... I'd be at 75 HP in the worst case scenario. With Beartic, this is like if I give it a Citrus, right? With Beartic, that only baits Icicle Spear, which is good, because I can take that with something like Caracasa, or like Mamo, or whatever. Maybe even Dreadnought itself. I'll need to look at like what I need for the last slot if I need to, if I need something for the last slot. I think I go to Dreadnought on it. I would take at worst like 55%. Okay, that is a lot though. Probably go to Arcanine instead. Take that. Oh, that also still hurts. Oof. So so I do give Raichu the Citrus Berry. Oh no, he needs the Muscle Band. I can't do that, so I cannot... Right? Because unless I commit right now to it. At 47... You know, at 47 it's not enough, so I need it to be at 48. So I'd have to forfeit either Surf or Discharge and Thunderbolts. And the coverage of Surf is really good. I think it then becomes Thunderbolt and Discharge. I think. Yeah, okay, so I think that will be how I have to handle it. I will check if, like, there's a way to get back those moves, right? I can get Thunder. I cannot get Thunderbolt or what is it? Discharge again. But I can get Thunder. I can get Thunder. So that. This will slowly become a utility mon anyway, so I don't think I mind losing like Thunderbolt and Discharge. Yeah, I don't think I'll mind. I think I'll be fine getting rid of like the special electric moves there then. Okay. So the plan is Raichu A comes in. Fake out plus Thunder Punch KOs. And in comes Beartic, clicking Icicle Spear. So my switch in for that needs to be something that can take it. Dread can take it, but you know, you'd prefer not to. So you're like a little safer against the later onslaught. So maybe, like, for the sake of it, let's say Dreadnought. Or let's say Caracosta is the mon to bring. Or actually, no. For the sake of it, let's say it's Mamo that I'm bringing. Because even with a 5-hit crit, it would always be superpower that it baits. So I bait superpower. Masquerain comes in on that. Intimidates. White Herb gets rid of it. And then he goes to -1/-1. On... And with 3 hits... I would take like the super... I'd probably be at like... 95, right? Or I'd probably at like 85. So the odds are high that he clicks Rock Slide, but he clicks Rock Slide or Icicle Spear. Anyway, that's where Dreadnought comes in. Takes the Rock Slide or the Icicle Spear, even with 5 hits. Ooh, that becomes close, but I can give an Orens to make it not close, to make it to guarantee it. Because this is 90, 40, so that's 130. So I'd have 90, and I take the Hill Chip is, let me double check, 9. So, 40, this is the worst case scenario, and so 130, and I take 9 each, so I take 148 damage. Okay, so Dreadnought always lives with this line of play, and then Oko's with Rock Slide. This will bait in MacMortar clicking random move though, and I don't know if I have anything that can take all the random moves. I don't think I do. Could I use Mamo again? Take like 1 more of those? Maybe. I take 95, so 190. By the Icicle Spears if it's 5 crit hits. No, because at that point I would bait Rock Slide as well, or Aqua Jet. If I were to be at like 10%, yeah, it's a random move, so I can't afford that. Okay, so I'd have to make the MacMortar be a random move. And I can't have it be... I can get it out... I can get Dreadnought out of Flamethrower range with a Citrus, but not out of Weather Ball range. Is it with... If I have Weather Ball and Scorching Sands only, is it doable? Yes. Then Mamo can come in, take it, and starts baiting random move too, though. That's the issue. If it's like... At worst, I get low enough to be within random move range. Okay, so maybe not Mamo that is brought, but instead Caracosta. No, Caracosta cannot take the Scorching Sands alongside the Icicle Spear. 30 and like 66, so no shot, no way. Could it instead be... Could I somehow bait something different? Could I like guarantee an it to not be Icicle Spear? I mean, if the Surf doesn't crit, I'd still very much be... I could get into only Icicle Spear range even with a crit, right? That was the idea. I'd get up to 75 HP, and that is barely out of Rock Slide range with Raichu Alola. So Arc, probably then just Arc taking it, because Arc can come in on anything but the Scorching Sands, right? like very easily. So yeah, actually it should be arc that comes in, and even if it's 60%, that should not be an issue, because I'll take 72. I'd have to give it like... I have to already give it a Heartstone, so I cannot give it a healing item. This really is a bit of a mini-boss. Am I, like, missing an easier line? I know I can, like, bait ice moves pretty easily, but... I kinda, like... The Raichu is, like, my only way through the Tentacruel relatively safe. I guess the alternative I could do is to have it come in on a Blizzard. But that means I can't give it a Citrus, so that won't help nearly as much as I hope it would. As one would hope it would. So that's not an issue, not an option. What can tank the Icicle Spear? I mean, most of the time, Arcanine can take it. The problem with Arcanine specifically is that with a bit of bad luck, Rock Slide also gets in range. As does Aqua Jet. Aqua Jet is fine, but Rock Slide most certainly isn't. So, now what? I guess it would be Caracasa then, right? Taking the Icicle Spear. Getting to at worst half health. Baiting Superpower for sure. Superpower means it can go to Masquerain, get the Intimidate off, and as a result, the Superpower applies. Superpower reduction applies. Though with that Superpower chip, I would be also in Icicle Spear range, but that's fine, because then the Dreadnought can come in on either move. Take the Superpower to turn after. Could even do a second pivot, but I don't think that's quite as useful. It could be, actually, because he'd be at -3, -2. Whoa. Spaced out there for a second. Okay, whoa, okay, I need to take a little bit of a breather. Okay, let's go. So if I were to do another pivot back and forth, I am more likely to see Rock Slide as a result. And I would also be able to heavily reduce the damage done to Beartic, done to Dreadnought. Even though I take a bit of extra hill chip, I take like 1 turn extra hill chip, an extra Rock Slide, but I take much less than the Superpower. Which means at worst, at this point, I take like a -1 Icicle Spear, so that's like, let's let's say 25. Then 37.5. 70. No, double it means I don't go to 70, but rather to 75%. And then there's a hill chip, which I take 3 of, which is like, I'm still at like 1/16 of my health remaining. But that is without the citrus berry this time. And with a citrus berry, I would be able to get at least out of flamethrower range. And probably out of weather ball range too. I need to calc that. I need to calc that proper. Let's assume the worst case scenario here. Against the bear tick, the idea here is, it comes in, the first hit would be ignored by would be taken by the Caracosta. In fact, I could even make the second hit be taken by Caracosta then, right? Yes, there's a chance of like the 5 crits thing, but in practice, even if that were to happen, I can give it an aura and be out of range of whatever. 60, 120, and then the hill chip would be 8, so 136 the HP I need, and therefore I can pretty easily have Caracosta take 2 hits there. And generally speaking, I should be taking much less, right? Yeah, so I can do 2 pivots to Caracosta in the worst case scenario, like if I am... Because then he'd already be at like -1, -1 the first time around. And he would be definitely clicking superpower, and the second time around... There's no second time around then, because this is already the second time around. Yeah, no, there's no way he would see a kill with anything but superpower. Basically. Unless it's like 10 crits. Only then there's a chance that it might see a kill with, like, Rock Slide. I think I'm willing to take that risk. Because if that were to happen, I'll just sack something. I don't quite know what yet. Maybe Raichu, I don't know. Raichu's not been the most useful this far, but you could definitely turn that around. Anyway, in comes Beartic, clicking Icicle Spears, switch to Costa. Switch to Mask. Switch to Costa. Switch to Mask. Switch to Dread. Then he'd be at -3, -2 upon just Dread switching in. And thus Dread can come in, take the Rock Slide, take the superpower, and be like well above 50%, and KO with Rock Tomb or Rock Slide. Probably Rock Tomb, but doesn't really matter. That will be in the Mach Mortar. Rock move. In comes Mag. McMortar here will always Scorching Sands. I can switch to Masquerain on the Scorching Sands safely. That baits Flamethrower, maybe Weather Ball, probably also Weather Ball, maybe Fire Spin. I can switch in Arcanine just fine. Switch to Mask on Sands. There. Switch to Mask on Sands. Switch to Arc on random non-sense move. Oko with Slide. And then there's only the Dugong remaining, who should see a kill with Drill Run, most likely. Between all the Hill Chip and taking like the Weather Ball in worst case scenario and Fire Spin or Flamethrower in best case scenario. Is that true per se? It'd be 3 Hill Chips and no, but it should hopefully see Drill Run. If not, I would be in trouble, but I could switch in Masquerain on the guaranteed Drill Run, then like Dread on the Blizzard. No, the issue is Blizzard. But I could switch in Dread on the Blizzard. Do like a Rock Slide or whatever. And then the Loom kind of does nothing, but... No, but then I don't need Loom, I'll just bring Mamo instead, because that's safer. Also to switch in, and just kinda 1v1s anyway. If he substitutes up or whatever. Because it's fairly... It would have to go very weirdly for Dugong to not be 1v1 by Mamo. If I give it the Soft Sand... Also, if I Thud into Protect, that means Stopping Tantrum deals more damage, right? Is that true, or is that not... Or does that not constitute a fail? Fail to affect the target. So, if he protected the turn before, Stomping Tantrum would deal double damage. And if he's not behind a substitute, that means Stomping Tantrum Okos, if I give it Soft Sand. Yeah, okay, I think I got it then. In comes Dugong. Switch to Mamo on Drill Run. Soft Sand. Post protects. Stomping Tantrum, Okos. Or, yeah. Okay, I think they should be safe. Let's go through this one more time. Hisuian Arcanine, Okos Vanillux with Rock Slide if he gets a Heartstone. Heartstone Arc-H. That baits in Tentacruel. We go to Raichu on the Surf. He can take the Surf, Fake Out, and then Thunder Punch. Thunder Punch, level 48. Raichu A. Because Fake Out plus Thunder Punch kills. Then, in comes Beartic. Beartic will see a kill with Icicle Spear only because we give a Citrus Berry to Raichu Alola. And then with like the exact damage ranges, I'd have to take 1, 2, 3 turns of hail damage and the crit surf. So 73 and let's double check that I do the right math. 73 plus 130 over 16, so 8, so I take 24 plus 73 is 97. Minus 130 over 25. It's 91.8. Plus 130 over 25. Minus 130 over 4. There we go. 64 HP I'd lose. So I'd be above 50%. At the worst case. Because I'd be at 66 HP. It's barely 51%. Oh, that is in Rock Slide range. Rock Slide is fine though. As long as it's not in Superpower range. With how I handle this. Yeah. If anything, being in Rock Slide range is fine. Is the 22 HP the difference maker? 44. Yes, it is. So I'd have to go with the Citrus. Okay. But then Costa comes in on the Icicle Spear or maybe the Rock Slide. It baits Superpower. So we switch to Masquerain on the Superpower. Switch back to Caracosta on the Rock Slide. Or maybe the Icicle Spear. It could be both. And 2 Icicle Spear crits. With max hits would put me in death range. So I need to give a Citrus to Costa as well. Because that way, at any point in time, I'd be like above 25%, meaning only Superpower will be baited. Both the first and the second time. Yes. Masquerain doesn't quite need any berries, from what I can tell. Maybe. Because it has to take 2 Superpowers. Okay, now that is fine. 2 Superpowers and the subsequent... and 2 turns of Hail Chip. That is fine. That should not ever bait anything other than Icicle Spear or Rock Slide, and that is fine. Then Dread will come in, and at worst, take 25, 54, so 79, and 3 turns of Hail Chip, 2 turns of Hail Chip. So 18, 54, 25. He'd be at 52 HP. And at 52 HP, only Scorching Sands is going to be clicked. So I don't need to give an item to Dreadnought. And then Scorching Sands into Masquerain. Masquerain is at like 50-ish HP, doesn't really matter, 50-ish % HP, doesn't really matter. I can switch to Arcanine, Rock Slide, kill. And then finally in comes the Dewgong. At this point in time, the Arcanine will have taken 3 rounds of Hill Chip, and at worst a Weather Ball, at best a Flamethrower, because Fire Spin's chip damage will be more than the Flamethrower would be. Yes, so he'd be at like, what is that? 3/16 is about 18%, right? So he'd be at worst at 75-ish %. At best at 75-ish %, at worst a fair bit lower. If it's a fair bit lower, I guarantee Drill Run, and it can do like a pivot through Masquerain into Dewgong. Actually, no. Then I still go straight into Mamoswine, because Mamoswine with the Soft Sand, even if he takes the Drill Run, even if it were to crit, I like basically 2-hit KO with the Stomping Tantrum, and so long as he doesn't substitute up too much, which, I mean, I'm faster, so it's not something I'm concerned about too much. It's basically only a concern on the first turn, and as such, Stomping Tantrum will kill from there. Am I missing anything here? I mean, I know the Dewgong will be healing quite a bit, but my damage will put it outside of substitute range, and if he starts protecting, that means he's not behind a substitute anymore, and I'm faster, and Stomping Tantrum will do double damage and thus kill. That is how Stomping Tantrum works, right? I'm really second guessing myself on that. A move that was, oh crap. Okay, a move that was blocked by Protect will not double this move's power. Unfortunate. That was what I remembered, but I was second guessing myself on that. Okay, well, even then, I should out-damage like a Protect spamming Dewgong, because I deal about 25% and he does not deal that much back, and he should not be protecting too much, because he's not incentivized to protect on me too much. And if things start going like, start becoming close to an issue, I should still have an okay HP Dreadnought that can Rock Slide, or an okay HP Arcanine Hisui that can come in on the Blizzard and Rock Slide itself. Yeah. I hope I'm good. I think I covered everything. I have a few backups. I just need to do the actual prep, like in terms of like adjusting the team. So let's go ahead and do that. I need to go all the way back. We made it through the desert again. And down here we need to be. I do also need to make sure that I, bring Raichu. There's also the argument with Raichu specifically that I don't want Surf. Yeah, but I think the coverage there is probably better than the spread move discharge. I wager. Alright, perfecting your punching technique. I want Thunder Punch, please. For Surge. And we're gonna get rid of Discharge for now. There's still the argument of, like, getting Surf instead, like, skipping Surf instead. And I'm not unwilling to hear that argument, but I don't quite see it, I guess. Alright, so the team is Candace, Wake, Hamilton once more, and who's the last one there? Grants. These 6 are gonna bring me to the next routes. I'm gonna take that item in. You are gonna be getting the, where is it? The Heartstone. There we go. You will be getting the Citrus. You will be getting, you don't need any item, if I recall correctly. You do need a Citrus. You need a Soft Sand. Soft Sand. And you need... You didn't really need an item, but I will give you an Oran. Same with you. In case I missed something, basically. Okay. I think we're good to go. No, we're not. I still need to level Surge to level 48. And it wants to learn Surf now. I just don't know if I should get rid of Thunderbolt or Surf. I think, because in practice, Raichu's physical attack is actually higher than special attack. So the damage difference between Thunderbolt and Thunder Punch is very negligible. But in removing the Thunderbolts, I will also be less likely to bait stuff, right? I think, okay. I'm gonna get rid of Thunderbolt here for the very simple reason that I'm gonna probably replace Surf in due time as well. Alright, and now we should be good to go. Let's get the bike. Try to maneuver my way up on the bike. All things considered, decently smooth. And unlike last time, I can't just bike into this one. I mean, I can, but then I'm very much throwing. Okay. Let's double check. Hamilton is the lead. That is correct. And we should be good to go. A last fight before getting to the next route. I'm gonna quickly do a save because I've not done that in a while. There we go. And now, looking at it, yep, we're ready to go. Okay, let's go. I hope I didn't miss anything, but I don't think I did. Let's go. Cool Trainer Brook. A hill team with a Vanillix, Snow Warning, and a bunch of ice moves and a boom. We don't really care about all those things because Rock Slide kills. And he knew that, so he ice sharded me. Right. That makes sense. That should not matter, for what it's worth. Actually, in fact, that's good. I kind of want to be chipped down just a little bit, right? Tentacruel comes in and it sees a kill with Surf. Raichu, Surge here can take one Surf, and we'll be able to 2-hit KO with Fake Out Thunder Punch combo. Alright. Take a bit of Hill Chip, that's fine. And we're gonna see a Fake Out. The reason we Fake Out is because that gives us just this tiny bit of extra chip to make sure that we actually kill the Tentacruel. And Thunder Punch kills. There we go. And this should bait in the Beartic. And this is unfortunately my Citrus Berry activating, but that is whatever. Even now, Beartic sees a kill with Icicle Spear. We're gonna take that with Grant to also bait the superpower. 1, 2, 3. Only 3. That's honestly perfectly fine. Then this baits superpower, so we're gonna go to Viola to 1, get rid of the white herb that the Beartic is holding. There he goes. And 2, to take the superpower that Beartic is going to use right now. Exactly. Now, at this HP amount, Beartic sees a kill with Icicle Spear and Rock Slide. So, we hope that it's a low-hit Icicle Spear or Rock Slide, I guess. Because we go back to Grand for one more round of this. Two. 3. 3 is fine. Beartic once again. At -1 attack and -1 defense. Against Caracosta. Sees superpower as the highest damaging move. And if it crits, it kills. So we're going to go back to Viola. Intimidate it further. Take the superpower. Take it just fine, in fact. And now, at this HP amount with a -3, it's always clicking Rock Slide because that sees a chance to kill, and Icicle Spear no longer does. We will switch to Wake right now on the Rock Slide. We've weakened it enough to where Dreadnought can kind of 1v1. And by 1v1, I mean take like good enough damage to handle it. The reason we specifically wanted to do it after like 2 rounds, was to make sure the next opponent goes well. For now, we Rock Slide and we kill. At 80, that's fine. as long as I'm above 25%. That was really all I needed to be. %26% technically. But we'll see that in a little bit. Because right here, after some heal chip, Mac Mortar should come in and see a kill with Scorching Sands. -1 Orin, but whatever. Yep, exactly. It's gonna click Scorching Sands and only Scorching Sands. Is that true? At this HP amount, at 81 HP? Yes, it's gonna see a kill with Scorching Sands and only click that. So Viola can come in safely, take the Scorching Sands. Intimidate, not that that matters, but Intimidate as well. Perfect, Scorching Sands. And now the Masquerade baits Flamethrower or Weather Ball. We don't really care, Hamilton can take both. Flamethrower is the optimal outcome, but yeah. Honestly, it really isn't, but that, like, damage-wise it's optimal, but like, gameplay-wise it might not be. In any case, Rock Slide kills. And that leaves us with just one Pokemon to combat. Right now, we should be seeing the final mon in Dugong. And Dugong most likely sees a kill with Jorun. But it might sub and it might protect. We're gonna switch in Candace anyway, because it doesn't quite matter what it does here. Jorun. Okay, well, that's kind of what the expected outcome was, but sure. So, sure. We're gonna do Soft Sand. We're gonna see that Dugong is most likely here to Blizzard, but it could also protect. We don't really care. We're just gonna Stomping Tantrum here. Deal pretty good damage. Take a Blizzard. Now Dugong is at like 60, probably like after this it's gonna be at like 50% HP. Give or take like a few percentage points. It's well above, apparently. It's 55%. That means it is still most likely Blizzard. I'm just gonna go Batchan. Okay. Unfortunate, but not a big deal. I just need to get it low, and beyond after that it should be fine. With now the Ice Body heal and the Leftovers heal, it should now go back to like 70% HP or so. Right? Yeah, 70%. So we're gonna Stomping Tantrum again. And this, at the very least, gets it out of sub range. Perfect. And now we're good. Okay, he gets one more round of healing. I'm gonna Ancient Power just cause protect, like PP conservation. For what little I need to do that, but yeah. There we go. One more round of Ice Body. One more round of Leftovers. And finally, Stomping Tantrum kills. It could have double protected, I guess, but whatever. Even if that were to happen, I believe Stomping Tantrum would still kill. Cool Trainer Brook is defeated. Perfect. Defend with more strong people like you. Okay. So, Route 113. Home of our next encounter. And home of the next trainer as well. I'm gonna quickly look at the encounter table, and I'll bring you along with me. This is what I can find on This is what I can find on Route 113. A bunch of like dark types, a few poison types, and a Mega. I think my first instinct would be to repel trick of level 31 to level 31, to deny Toxel, Skorupi, Stunky, because I think one second, here's some people here.